Brian
Oh,
doesn't know how to have fun.
all right. So, last time in Renaissance of the Antiquities, your group, having escaped from opportunity and begun your long journey on the road toward Formarian, came across a painter, which we briefed last time, which left you with a cursed item after you refused to uh, pose for his painting. However, with Reginald quickly and very nearly finding the fact that it was cursed, was able to prevent it from negatively affecting your group, which could have been disastrous considering how much more time you had on your journey, and who knows where you could have ended up instead. However, you continued on your journey, and a number of days later, you came across a pack of dogs surrounding a cart on the side of the road where some supplies had been left behind, and they were eating and gnawing away at the food contained within one of the crates they had knocked out and broken. You shooed the dogs off at first and decided to investigate the carts. A number of things were discovered. The axle of the wheel was broken. No one was seen to try to carry them onward. The crates themselves contained what looked like uh, packs designed to immediately administer aid to people. They contained food and clothing, but not separated by type, but packed in groups, as if for various groups of families. The food, however, turned out to be tainted, and without entirely proper clarification, the whole lot was thrown into a pile and taken up in flame. There was also a symbol on the side of these crates. A symbol that none of you quite could remember where you had seen it before, but Fizz, it felt somewhat familiar in your mind. Eventually, you went and coaxed the dogs back, and after an amount of uh, coaxing toward them and offerings of food, and with the unique ability of RJ to be able to speak with animals, you learned a little bit more that their masters had left them behind and that they were the ones carrying the cart. Seeing that they were in pain due to some form of disease known as fire gut, you guys decided to care for them and nurse them back to health on your journeys. This was going to be a strain on your food, however, considering you already only had just about enough to reach your destination. And as such, you had to come up with some alternative plans, some of you going out for hunts the following days. But once the dogs had recovered, Taween and RJ began to take them out on the hunts as well. Seeing the types of dogs they were quite adept at it. And after a period of trial and error and training, and getting the dogs to understand commands and become familiar, mostly with Taween, you now found yourselves with a pack of hunting dogs, which proved very useful in the acquisition of foods. So, with your new hunting pack, food became much easier, and you continued your journey and completed it to the town of Formarian. When you reached town, you parked your camp outside and quickly realized that this is not a town with much wealth at all. The people were in nothing more than shacks and hovels, crudely constructed and built buildings that lay cobbled together in this small little valley, with this walled citadel of some sort looming overhead on the cliffside above. You made your way into the town, talked with some of its people, found the tavern, near the shores of Silver Lake, and got the sense that these people atop the hill, the Lord himself, Athos Dreet, and the Dreet family in general, were wonderful people. Very wonderful people. And Fizz had held a concert, stewed up quite the raucous within the community, seeing they have apparently nothing more to do than exist in their squalor. Fizz was a very welcome delight in their day-to-day activities. Although Fizz quickly found this to be a bane more than a boon, as they did not tip, they did not buy drinks, and were not providing any interesting stories for him, which quickly lost the interest of Fizz in even wanting to perform. Eventually, after your few talks with people in town, mostly the tavern keeper, you all scurried back to the caravan, or to the carriage itself, nobody really desiring to stay within the town at all. That night, there was some discussion as to what you were to do, as one thing that was discovered while in town is that there are docks, and you did see a number of boats, but the only way to access them seemed to be through a switchback of staircases that led up to the cliffside and into the Dreet compound itself. There were talks, I believe, of thievery, but also talks of just talking to them. That was the night also that, after some quick thinking on Fizz's part and questioning your friend Drix, was exposed to Drix's pastimes. And the two of them went off and found a hillside, and they got their smoke on. And found themselves having quite the peaceful night. With that, you all slept, decided who all was going to go to the Dreet mansion, which turned out to be the four of you, Maine, along with Sin, I believe. You had approached the...
Didn't Wiz come too?
He might have. I don't recall. Perhaps Wizrun as well. In any case, you made your way to the hillside where you found a gate to the manor and some sort of servant that was guarding it, who then went into the mansion far beyond, across the long stretch of open lawn and trees and cultivated plants, a stark difference from the town below, where not much greenery of that nature was. And eventually you were led into the mansion, where you climbed 4 flights, one large flight that scaled 4 floors of massive marbled stairs, with various staircases spiraling off to the sides into wings of the different floors of this mansion. And you were led into a room that overlooked an indoor pool 4 floors down below, and a large glass pane wall that looked out beyond into a labyrinth of a hedge maze, with comfortable places to sit, a bookshelf, and a very long, what looks to be dining table. You were left to wait for Lord Dreet. And it is here, when you are all left alone, waiting for the Lord of the Manor to come and meet you, that we pick up. As Sin has kind of wandered over to the bookshelf and has begun perusing the titles.
RJ joins him.
Well, RJ, what do you make of this place?
It's too opulent compared to what the village looks to be able to produce.
Indeed.
What's the furnishings in the room?
There's a very large, long table with multiple chairs on either side, and at the far end head of the table, a more ornate chair than the rest, likely Lord Dreet's position. On the other side of the room, across the open space in front of the entryway and up to the banister, there is a number of couches, a reading nook of sorts, surrounded by books and bookshelves.
Okay. I might wander over to the bookshelves too, just to see if there's anything in Elven.
Many of the book titles are in Elven, actually.
Oh? What do they say? Or is there an interesting book? Might catch our interest?
Yep.
Hmm.
Likewise.
Go ahead and roll perception checks.
Nope.
Halloween is not interested in books,
Yes.
by the way.
No. Talwyn is interested in what book?
No books.
One.
A book.
Oh, yeah, but that book's not here.
One moment. Got to get my dice out. Okay, RJ, you're perusing the titles, at least the ones that you can see from your height. And
Yeah, I'm on a completely different shelf.
exactly. Nithya, and the ones up at your level, I mean, there's a lot of them in common. It looks like they are, almanacs and farm records and tax collection records. Various. It looks more like business-like records and recordings. RJ, down below, a little bit closer to the floor, there are a number of elven books scattered between common ones and ones that a lot of them are not even. Looks like they've been damaged by time, reclaimed, saved from whatever fate they may have had. You see a number with burn marks and scorch marks on the outside covers as well. A couple of the titles that stand out to you. One moment. Oops. That is not what I wanted to press. Is one called The Astral Veneer. Myth or legend? Another one, How far does the disc span? And a third, The Clash of the Penumbra with the Luminous.
Get the attention of Sin and point out the penumbra versus the luminous. He knows. Any idea what this might be, or what might be in it?
Could be a great many of things. I I'm not quite sure. Although those words often used in reference to the moon. Perhaps it's a lunar book.
Can you put down the titles on chat? Because I've lost my little notepad of notes with my computer.
The notepad of notes.
It's gone.
Do without it.
While he's looking at that, I shouldn't have any problem reaching the top of the bookshelf, right? Theoretically.
Nope.
I'll just check up, see what's up there. Just kind of feel up there. Check for dust.
Your hand returns, and it is adequately dust covered.
I kind of shake my head.
I just say out loud, wonder what astral veneer is.
Fizz would like to stare curiously at the bookshelves. And I just want to kind of know, do the books in general look well worn, or are they mostly like just kind of like one and done use sort of things?
Varying degrees, actually. Many of them are not bound. And for reference for the others, those would be the ones that are in common and are more about taxes and things of that nature. They're pamphlets bound by a leather cord and not an actual binding. But the further down on the bookshelf you go, the more you find the ones that are in Elven, and the more of them that are burned.
What about? Yeah, okay.
And those ones are mostly bound by bindings.
Yeah. So I meant more like wear from like use, not necessarily like burned.
Oh, from how much they've been.
Well read ones. Yeah.
I see.
Well, I know that people who say they read books, they those books look a little bit different than books that people don't read a lot. Not that I know what's in those books.
Of ones that you take a few and you riffle through the pages a little bit, and of the ones that aren't burned or damaged in some sort of way, you kind of come into two different categories. There's the ones with the fancy swooping stuff, which at least looks, that's Elven upon looking at it at this point. Those ones look
Yeah.
well read.
Okay.
Other ones not so much.
Okay. So, because this is all fun for Fizz. How does Fizz feel about the fact that
How does Fizz feel
how
right
many
now?
here?
Yeah. How does Fizz feel?
How does Fizz feel? Well, how does Fizz feel about Elvin being a generally well known in the area?
Very little.
Okay.
I
That's
mean,
all the info I need.
the fact that books of themselves are next to unknown to the common populace.
Okay. Well, this lord seems pretty well read, I suppose. He's got all these books.
Okay.
That's what you figured out so far.
Well, it'd take a really long time for me to read through all these books.
Yeah, you don't know how to read.
Well, yes, but even if I could read, it would still take quite a long time. I presume.
Yeah.
Message for you on Discord. Nor.
RJ, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, I was gonna say Nithiarn just kind of looks at him and looks kind of unimpressed and says, and just kind of, and then walks away.
Okay.
Kind of a little miffed that there was dust on the shelf.
RJ, what do you think? This lord seems pretty sharp to me. I mean, we haven't met him yet, but
Can't tell everything by just looking at books. For some people who might only know things from books, and they might not know much about the world outside.
yeah, and see, this is why I have not found the need to read, because like, what's really that useful in a book? If we're being honest here.
Lessons you won't have to learn by yourself.
But those are the most fun lessons to learn.
Tend to be dangerous lessons to learn. Also,
well,
a lot of magic is learned through books.
Are you holding any of the books, RJ?
Nope, I'm not touching these books because they're not my books. And this
Okay.
place looks way too,
if I'm currently holding any books at this point, I've put them back on the shelf. Maybe not in the correct location, but they are back on the shelf. At very least, the shelf that they were on before.
and then I'll look around where the desks and chairs and stuff are to see if there's a book in that area, just kind of rifling around.
Okay.
There's some medical knowledge that you can't learn from just the world and exploring it.
I don't know. You know, I've met some people who have played around with some dead bodies that probably is just as informative as any sort of book that you could read. Maybe even more so. It's hands-on. You get to experience it.
Nithiarn signs. So RJ says, books are nice.
You do know that some knowledge is just you need the time to properly gain it, right? And that time is preserved in books. So you yourself don't have to learn it just through that same amount of time.
I suppose.
And then I start walking towards a chair.
Yeah, so as you guys are all kind of beginning to turn from the bookshelf and spread in different directions, you hear the double doors of the entrance of this room pull inward. And you see a man, a tall human. He has a bald head, these white, bushy eyebrows. You can see where the stubble is beginning to regrow back on the scalp. little bit of plump in the cheeks, but overall his figure is slender. And he's wearing some comfortable house clothes of sorts. He's got these somewhat silken pants on that are a little above his ankles, slightly too short for him. On his torso, he's got this robe, kind of fireplace type bathrobe, folded over, tied together with a sash. You can see he is wearing some sort of other shirt beneath it, and he's wearing these black cloth slippers as well. He steps in and he looks at you all. Well, fans of books, I see.
I'll face him and just kind of stand in my normal tall stance.
I look at Fizz and raise an eyebrow.
You said bands of books?
Fans.
Fans of books. Okay, that makes way more sense. Don't know what's wrong with my hearing. Yes, indeed. Some of my friends who are, they're quite the book fiends. This one, and Fizz is now pointing at RJ with his thumb. There's been when is he not holding a book?
Right now.
Other than right now.
Well, my name is Athy Street. It is nice to meet you all.
It is a pleasure to meet you as well.
He comes up and extends his hand out to you, Fizz.
I'll shake his hand.
His grip is gentle, and it is a polite handshake. And then he moves to RJ, kind of stooping and kneeling a bent to come more towards your level.
Shake his hand and basically say, "My name's Reginald."
It is nice to meet you, Reginald. And you, madame. And holds his hand out towards Nithya.
So Nithya, just as in the picture, her arms are normally crossed when she's standing.
Mm-hmm.
Like this. She just kind of looks at him and just nods.
He doesn't like
words. That is all right. And you, sir. And he goes over to you, Tawi, and hand extended.
Hey. He would shake his hand though. He shakes his hand, but he's not like, hey.
Is it a firm handshake?
Yeah, of course. Tywin only says firm handshake.
His is not firm in response, and you can tell he it was not expecting it. And then he goes over to Sin and shakes hands with Sin as well. Sin just says, "Pleasure to meet you. The name's Sin." Well, please, let us all sit. I have comfortable couches here. I thought it might be more comfortable, I suppose. And he goes.
What are the dogs doing?
Oh yes, you brought the dogs, didn't you?
Yeah.
They're all sniffing about by the table where it is likely they smell the remnants of food and are looking for any scraps. And he sits down
to the couch
in one of the chairs and he kind of motions, please, take a seat.
I follow.
Yeah.
Nithya will walk toward in that direction, but remain standing.
So, some of you can read. And his eyes kind of like widen in like interest.
Oh, why?
Most
Why?
of us can read.
That is wonderful news. What sorts of things do you read?
I tend to focus on medical tomes if I can find them.
Ah, medical tomes. Very nice. I like history. I've tried to make quite a collection. Not many people care about that sort of thing nowadays. I like to keep the tradition alive.
Mhm.
It's an impressive collection.
Yes, yes. Did anything stand out to you? Anything?
I was wondering, what's the text of how far the disc spans?
Oh, that is it is a collection of stories from an old adventurer. Talked of a man who actually sailed the seas. Not Silver Lake sort of seas, but the actual seas. And he traveled from what he called continent to continent. And it journals his journeys along with his companions. And eventually they turned around and made their way back home.
Hmm,
It's quite an intriguing tale.
does sound intriguing. Or just kind of lost in thought of the types of things you might be able to discover about like another continent.
Yes, yes. That is the curious thing. Very, very
Speaking of
interesting.
sailing,
Yes. Yes, please. I'm
why?
sorry. I did not mean to get you all caught up in talk of my books. What have you come to me for? What brings you to town?
Well, we're actually looking to hire a boat because we have a bit of an expedition that we're on that requires us to go onto the lake. So we were looking to hire a boat,
My
and we saw that you had some pretty nice docks out into the lake.
well, that is my brother's business, Taswil. But uh, yes, I have had my hand in it as well. Uh, I, I must ask, might you be adventurers?
Indeed, we are.
That is exciting.
Hmm. And in myself, I am, quite the well-known performer, if I do say so myself.
Oh, what kind of performance?
Mostly lute, a little bit of comedy.
See, well,
Mhm.
perhaps you'd all like to stay for dinner, and you could perform if you'd like. I do not mean to call you out. If that is embarrassing, I would understand.
Uh, I mean, I would greatly enjoy that. What about you guys? I mean, I can't speak for the entirety of the group as to whether they wish to stay for dinner. I mean,
I'll sign.
fortunately,
I'll sign to RJ. Will the brother be here?
Cut off in the middle there.
I said I signed. Will the brother be here?
My friend here wants to know if your brother is going to be joining us for dinner.
Oh yes, Pastor Will. He is in town. He's been in town for some time. Unfortunate business. Maybe that would be dinner talk. But yes, he is. Oh, and My dear sister, she would love to hear the lute.
I look at Fizz and shrug, I guess.
I think we're all in agreement that we would love to stay for dinner.
Excellent.
You didn't even ask Daween.
I turned to you guys and asked. Tawid hasn't spoken up. RJ's given the okay. Tawid? Are you gonna say anything after I've just volunteered you for dinner? Is he there?
I
Are
don't
you
know.
on mute?
Tim, did you fall asleep on your couch?
He is standing in front of his computer, or sitting. Oh, he looks confused. He is shocked. He is talking. Something has happened.
Microphone challenges.
He is not lost in the kitchen, Ryan. He's right there. I see him. And I
It's
believe
not
he
on
hears
stream.
us.
The silence
Oh,
of
there he
Tywin
is.
is deafening.
I figured it out.
Ah, there you are.
I clicked the wrong thing on voice meter. As long as there's food, I'm good. I'll stay.
Excellent.
Yeah, that is
And we
wonderful.
are in agreement.
Wonderful,
Wish I was
wonderful.
there to do it.
I
shall
see.
entertain.
I see you've brought some poppers with you. Mentioning over at the dogs.
Yes. I suppose we did.
Which is strange.
Yeah.
They're quite attached to us. They tend to not like to leave our sides.
Well, you must treat them very well then.
Yeah. Yeah, we do.
Well,
I think they're hungry. They've been sniffing around your table for a while.
oh yes, probably. Sometimes we drop things during dinner. You know, the servants do clean up nicely, but you know, people are bound to miss a corner here and there, of course.
So
And if
what
you
is
brushes your
the
hands off, brushes the dust off her hands a little bit more.
what is the
It's not a myth.
Go
I
ahead.
think RJ nodded at you.
That's it. When I see her do that.
So what unfortunate business is your brother doing in town?
Oh no, it is not unfortunate that he's in town by the least. No, no. It is unfortunate that he is stuck in town, I should say. He probably knows more, but well, he's always had a love of the ocean. Well, not the ocean, the lake, I suppose. And you know, he got the help of the people, and they created the boats that you see in town. And he wanted to go sailing, so I helped that come true for him. And generally he just likes to sail about, and you know, he takes supplies and he makes it worth its while. But he's unfortunately been unable to do any sort of voyage recently. Poor boy, I can tell he is itching at the seats to go on a nice voyage.
How come he hasn't been able to go on a voyage?
Oh, something about the towns that he normally goes to not being suitable to make port in, or something like that. But no, perhaps at dinner he might be able to tell more.
I see.
He does keep to himself. I mean, we see each other from time to time, but you know, he's always down there on his docks, cleaning his boats and making them better.
Okay.
What time of day is it? We came up like
It's just early.
Yeah.
Before afternoon, even. I mean, it's not often I get company. I mean, dinner is a far ways off. But did you have a place to stay in town, or did you just roll through? Perhaps I could offer some rooms, or
That's what it's gonna do.
I think some rooms would be lovely and greatly appreciated.
it would be wonderful to have some house guests for a change.
Mm. We did just arrive yesterday, and our cart is kind of just sitting on the edge of town. So
Oh, that
'cause
is
we
that
do
is a
have
dangerous place if you carry anything of value with you.
ah.
The people, they will take anything you have.
Will they?
Oh yes.
What kind of road was it up to here?
It
Just a
is
walking path or a road?
more of a walking path up the side of the hill. It switched back a few times, mostly dirt.
Okay. So it does, and it didn't take us that long to get up here.
No. Maybe a 20-minute walk from where you parked your carriage. Not a very big town.
And did we think before we started heading down into the town, did we think that there's another way back around, maybe into this compound from another angle?
Perhaps. There was that road that forked just before it came down into the valley up towards the north. That likely went out and around past the compound. Whether or not there's any sort of side trail or back entrance, you're not sure. You haven't seen it.
Okay.
He says,
Go ahead.
it's a shame. It's a shame. But yes, I would feel much more comfortable if there were guests in our little hamlet if they were protected and safe.
Hmm. The entrance we came in, is that the main entrance, or?
Oh no! That's a dreadful little back pass the people have created when they come up to the gate.
I see.
Worn through use.
So how would we get our carts to the front gate if we were to bring it inside the walls?
Oh, there are the main trade routes over nearby town, not far off. If you leave from the valley, take a left at the T. You'll come up around the. You'll see the walls for sure, and you'll see a nice little road that leads up to a nicer gate, and we can have you let in there. We have some stables if you have horses, and we can feed them.
That would be lovely.
But please, if you have any questions, I would love to chat. But if you have business, I would understand.
Signed RJ. It may make sense to move cart.
Maybe.
We could all
Yeah.
go and then come back and talk and then come back if we choose.
Sounds like a plan. And I relay this to everyone. It's like, well, if we're gonna move the cart, we should do it now. If what you're saying is true about being careful.
I mean, yes, it's always good to take precautions.
Well, thank you for your time. At least, I shall start heading back to prepare the carts to be moved, I think. And look at everyone else.
I'll come with.
That sounds like a wonderful idea. I'll stay here
He's bald.
and help prepare our room.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. I can show you around a bit.
Excellent.
And your quiet friend there? Looks like he's sleeping.
Yeah, Taween fell asleep. That's how excited he is.
Not talkative.
Nope.
Well,
Don't care where the cart is.
Then RJ starts heading out towards
Yep.
the
Nothing I would go with.
it
You
was,
gonna-
it was a pleasure to
Taween,
meet you.
you staying or you going?
I look at Sin and Wizrun if they want to come with us.
Wizrun has that look of he's going to come over with you guys. Sin goes over towards Fizz and is like, I'll stay behind and get a tour with our friend Fizz here.
All right.
Okay.
Well, it was a pleasure to meet you all. I will have the front gate alerted to your arrival, and they will guide you to the stables where you can unpack and unload, and I imagine by that time, your friends will know where to take you for your own rooms. Don't
All right.
make sure you use the handrails on the way down. It's lots and lots of stairs. They're very wide too. There was
Thank you.
once, luckily, I was only about 20 steps up, but I decided I was just going to cross from one side to the other. Caught my robe and down I went. Bruised a knee for a month.
And how old did you say this guy was? Appears to be.
I didn't particularly, although that he is bald and he has white, bushy eyebrows,
Okay.
tall and slender.
Okay. Okay.
So,
At least me, RJ, and Wiz are going. At least apparently.
I think Taween's coming.
Yeah, Tywin's also coming. He's not staying here.
Oh, okay. And the dogs then.
So the four of you plus the dogs all begin your journey back out towards the back gate, down the path to the carriage, and we will come back to you guys in a moment. As Fizz and Sin stay behind, the others depart, and you're left in the room with Lodathis. And he just says, you said your name was Fizz? Or
Yes.
Frederick? Which...
My friends call me Fizz. My given name is Frederick, and I'm known as Frederick Erkaz the Wondrous.
How would you like for me to address you? As you seem to have a number of ways.
You can call me Fizz.
Wonderful, wonderful. You can just call me Athos. You don't have. You can drop the Lord business and all that stuff. Well,
Excellent.
well, if you're going to be guests for some time, let me show you to some of the guest quarters. Now, you see, it's quite lonely, and he begins to walk you down the staircase. It can be quite lonely in these open halls. It is a wonderful mansion passed down by the family, but alas, there's only 3 of us that live here still, and a couple servants. Much, much more space than we need. So, I suppose the question would be, what sort of quarters would you like? There are 4 floors and an entire wing that is dedicated to such stuff. Do you like a high view? Would you, or there are some rooms that overlook the lake. Perhaps you'd like a look at the gardens. I don't know what you and your friends might like, but I want you to feel at home.
To think about this one for a second.
Always
hate-
that.
Who's in charge?
I know. Dangerous. my first thought was the 4th floor so that the gnome has to walk up all those stairs. But no,
No.
I think a view of the garden would be especially nice.
Well, all right. So he takes you down to the 2nd floor and off to one of the side stairs that kind of lead just a little up and over and to a big hallway with a bunch of rooms. He says, well, if we come down here, there's many of these doorways on the left here. All of these are individual rooms. They should still be all set up. I must warn, they might be a little dusty here and there. We don't have enough staff to keep the entire premises tip-top shape. There's no one that stays here. So, yeah. But I will make sure, now that I think about it, I will have a couple of servants come up and clear them out for you. So, does this work? And he takes you to one of the rooms. And you see there's a nice, double bed with the 4 posts of the banister. There's like a little armoire over to the side with a mirror and a chair. On the other side of the room, there's a little section where it's sectioned off by a standing little paper wall. Not so much paper, but made of some sort of woven fiber grasses or something of some nature. And you can see kind of peeking behind it one of those large standing bathtubs. Unlit torch sconces kind of and candles scattered throughout the room to provide the light. The ceilings are a decent height in this room. The floors are still all marbled, and the walls themselves, in the interior here, they've been painted kind of a neutral white color to not make it feel dark and closed off. And then there's the wall opposite the door itself, where you can see there are long curtains that hang aside, and he comes over and pulls them to the sides, where you can see there's a door that you pull inward, and you can step out onto a little balcony with a banister. Standing on the balcony itself, you can see to the left or the right, there's like a 3 or 4 foot gap until another banister of another room, and so on and so forth. Although this side of the building is on the side that curves, unlike if you had a U shape on the outside of it. So eventually the banisters curve around a corner either direction, out of sight. And down below you can see the large maze of hedges and other little, garden bits that are hidden within the maze itself. And from this side of the building, now that you're looking kind of at the angle that you are, you can see kind of just barely through a few trees the other side of the wall, where you can see there's this cobbled road that leads up to this much bigger gate, likely the front gate. And off to its side, left from your point of view, you can see that it looks to be some sort of exterior side building. Likely by the doors you can see on the exterior of it, the stables of some sorts, as they look like large slide doors. He says, I hope this is adequate for you.
It is more than adequate.
Oh, that is wonderful.
It's fantastic.
Suited for someone named the Wondrous.
Yes, indeed.
Well,
Tell me,
yes.
this garden looks quite interesting. Was it you or your sister or your brother that takes care of it, or?
Well, for the most part, it still does look nice. It is a little weed-ridden at this point, though, I think. We don't, we're not able to take the care of it that we'd like to, but I do like to go down and do some of the gardening myself. It passes my day when I'm not needed for other things. These ones back here, I particularly try to keep nice.
So, you mentioned earlier that you and your brother and sister inherited this
Yes.
property.
Yes.
Do you all own it equally, or is one of you?
No, the I am the eldest, so I care for it currently. My sister, she went away for some time on some personal business and went off to learn what she desired, so I stayed behind to keep the mansion afloat. And, my brother, he started his boat business and whatnot, so it's kind of mostly fallen to my shoulders. It is alright, I don't mind it.
Well, I can see that you take quite good care of the place.
We were able to keep the dust off, I suppose.
Are there any other interesting locations that you would like to show us before our friends return? I mean, there was that pool that we could see from
Yes,
the fourth floor. That
that was something I might recommend. It's a very nice pool. Please, I'll show you. I'll show you.
Okay.
And he leads you back to the main stairwell, which comes back down to the first floor. You go behind the big staircases through a hallway in the back, and then you come down a hallway a bit through a set of double doors, and you find yourself in that room where you can see the pool and the big glass wall. And as you kind of step out towards the pool, you can look up behind you and see where you were at that top fourth floor, where the balcony is. And there's a similar balcony on the other floors above you as well, all overlooking the pool. The pool itself is quite large, probably 60 or so feet from left to right as you enter the room, looking at the glass door, and then maybe about 30 feet across in a big rectangular shape. And he says, this I do make sure to keep nice and clean. I love to come down here for a morning swim. It is how I get my exercise. Keep me spry. You're welcome to use it while you're here. Back in the hallway that we just came, there are a couple of side rooms for if you and your party need separate changing areas. As once this place used to hold very grand parties, and modesty was something sought after. Yeah, from the first floor. This also leads, if you go around the pool into the glass wall there, you can go through the doors there, and you can head out to the maze if you dare to solve it. Something the family's cultivated for a few generations now, and well, it has a bunch of fun stuff hidden within. Um, you know, things to see, fun little gardens, and little memoirs of history.
Hmm. Sounds quite interesting. I'll have to try it out sometime.
Oh, perhaps. Well, anything else you'd like to see? I could show you the dining room.
Sure, I'd love to see where I will be performing this evening.
Oh, well, we could dine at the upper balcony that overlooks the pool. We often dine there. It is a quite nice view. But there is more of a grand dining hall as well. Although we don't use it, it's too big, and well, there's only three of us, so it kind of makes us feel lonelier than we are.
How big was the table upstairs?
It was enough for like 12 people.
And
How
that's
many
the
people do
small
we-
table.
Yeah. I'm just trying to do the math in my head. So there's 4 of us plus 2. It's 1. Yeah. What's it? I think the table upstairs will do us fine. There was only one companion who wasn't with us. He's a merchant by trade, I believe, and so he's, it's technically, I think, his cart or caravan or what have you. So
Oh, that is
we,
wonderful. We don't get many traders that come into town. None of them want to go and deal with the people.
Hmm. Okay, well, thank you so much for the tour.
Of course.
I look forward to this evening, and I will go keep an eye out for my friends. Is there any particular place where you'd like us to leave the caravan, or you okay with us just having it sort of by the stables?
Oh, there are stables there. Your friends, and if you go down to meet them when they do arrive, they will you'll all find a stables where you can put the horses, and there's some feed, I do believe. We do keep a few horses around. We like to go riding from time to time. Um, you're welcome to use the empty stables as you will, and find the hay and take it to them. Unfortunately, I don't have enough servants to help you do all that stuff, but if you're all capable adventurers, I'm sure you're used to it.
Yeah.
You can leave the carriage in the street, or on the cobble road, or wherever you feel out there. It won't get in the way.
So, in the time that we've been walking around, this is just an internal question.
Yep.
Thinking, have there been any guards around?
0.
0.
In fact, you haven't seen anybody else as you've been in this entire place.
Yeah, just the butler.
Just
Excellent.
just Lord Athos, who
And
gave you the tour.
the butler that walked us in.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
one at the back gate. Yes, that guy.
Okay. Well, again, thank you so much for the tour, and I'll make sure that my friends get settled.
Of course. Make yourselves
And
at
then-
home.
The other thing that I want to do while we're waiting for them to come with the cart, and after this guy's left, I'm bad with names. Arthesis is left. Is I would like to maybe take a little walk outside and see if I notice any guards on the walls, gonna
Okay.
cast detect magic to see if the wall is magical or if that garden is magical. Just to kind of feel out the place.
Snoop around.
Okay. Yeah.
Snoop. Obviously, I mean, he said this place was like safer than town, but as far as I can tell so far, like other than the wall, there's not really that much going for better protection.
as as he does depart from you, he just says, we have a bell that will ring for dinner. That way, you can hear it regardless of where you are in the mansion. Um, it's easier than trying to track you all down, I think. So when you hear the bell,
Mm-hmm.
dinner will be ready.
Excellent.
All right. Well, enjoy your stay. I will let you settle in, and yes, well, and he turns and he departs. Sin just looks at you and says, quite an interesting place we found ourselves in.
Indeed.
Well,
What?
Hmm?
What was your feeling? Like your do you have any insight as to how how sharp this guy seems? Seemed pretty sharp to me.
he was a bit hard to read.
Yes.
Didn't really quite say much of anything.
Hmm.
It does seem there's some strange tragedy that has taken place here.
Indeed.
But perhaps that is just the tragedy of time that has touched us all.
Hmm. Perhaps we'll learn more at dinner.
Perhaps think of some interesting questions.
Oh, I have a few.
I have no doubt. Well, if we are to be traveling the seas, hopefully in a day or two, or whenever we can, I am going to prepare myself. I have some things I need to think about.
Okay.
I'll be in one of the rooms in that ring. I'll light the candle outside the door I'm in, if you need me.
Okay.
And Sid departs back towards the wing.
Oh.
So you head outside. You're kind of perusing the landscape in general, scanning things with detect magic. From the outside of the hedge mage, you don't detect any magic. The walls themselves, as you asked, are not inherently magic. You do see one other butler-esque man hanging around by this front gate. And as you go around the far side of the building that you haven't been on yet, more towards the cliffs, you will find that there is a third exit, which likely leads directly out onto the cliffs and down toward the docks. And there you find another butler of similar dress and garb. They all look fairly similar in terms of how they're dressed and whatnot.
Do they look like the same person though, or like?
Roll a perception.
That's kind of freaky. If
They all look similar. Perhaps twins, brothers.
Triplets.
Hmm.
Yeah.
When I already have detect magic active, and I look at them, is there magic around them or no?
So, just to make sure I understand how Fizz is approaching the situation,
Yeah.
when you cast Detect Magic, your eyes will glow.
Oh.
So if you are looking at them that's fine. But if you are also trying to conceal that aspect, I will need a stealth.
Okay. Yeah.
If
I
you
mean,
wish for them to not see for any reason.
I will try to do it stealthily.
Okay.
Not just obviously be staring at them with glowing eyes.
Right. Right.
At the very least, I don't plan on like walking up to them and being like, "Brrr."
Are you magical? Yes. Yes.
A blue beam.
That is. I wanted to try and gauge how you approach that, considering that. Excellent. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So as you do cast Detect Magic, and you're moving past this guard, you kind of keep your hand over your eyes and face, and you like peek through your eyes. You got something's wrong with your forehead, perhaps, and you turn away, and under the shoulder give a peek as you do a stretch or something. He is glowing with magic. Yes.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's just with a glance that'll tell you yes, no magic. If you wish to push
Yeah.
this,
No, I'm not gonna push it.
okay, because you could discover more about the type of magic if you wanted to
No.
try to extend your gaze.
No. They've got magic, whether that's and right now they look like butlers, whatever they are, or whoever they are, right? Like, so they're not obviously wearing armor or anything like
No
that.
armor, no weapons, nothing like that.
Yeah. Okay. So, that's telling me enough for.
And to clarify on Detect Magic for you as well, casting Detect Magic on a person will not tell you if they inherently can cast magic. It's more if they have active magic about them.
Yes.
Yeah. Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Yeah. I mean, in Fizz's head, he's thinking, the townspeople, they say, like, they're clearly being kept in line, right? Like, nobody, like, there's not very many people in this house, and yet they're somehow controlling the whole town. Like, I would expect more guards or something to keep people in line. So that's good enough for me. I'll make my way back to the room and keep an eye out for, or I guess not to the room. Well, the garden is in the back where the entrance is, right? So I can keep an eye out for the
it's kind of
for the
adjacent.
party from there.
Yeah.
Well, I'll go back to the room and keep an eye out for the party.
All right. Probably not long after at all, they will start arriving. But however, in that time that Fizz had his conversation with Lord Athis and did a little bit of investigations of the outer grounds, Nithir and RJ, Taween, Wizrun, the group of you are heading back down the switchbacks and back towards the carriage. Any conversation along that route that you guys get into?
That guy's weird.
Yeah.
Nithir said something is really wrong here.
Humans
Yeah.
are weird, but that one's really weird.
Just weird for anybody, though, Tommy.
I guess.
I kind of wish that Fizz didn't tell him that our cart was where it was, though.
The place is nice.
What's she saying?
He's saying that the actual building was nice.
Yeah. Rich people, rich money. No one needs a house that big.
Well,
If you need a lot more servants.
There was an awful lack of servants, wasn't there, Neth?
Wizard speaks up and says, the barkeep wasn't wrong. He is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Weird
maybe,
though.
maybe a little too nice.
I look at wizards like, do you know a lord who would just allow random adventurers to come in like
I
that
can't say that
nearby?
I've known many lords. I had my owner, but he didn't. He wasn't anyone of nobility of sorts. I
More
remember
powerful people.
where I came from. There was a keep nearby, and often when trade caravans came into town, they would make a stop at the keep first. Um, or when you'd ever come across a group of odd-looking fellows, I guess adventurers. I suppose I don't know. It's not uncommon. I can't say I know much about nobility or anything like that, though. Just what I've seen from the distance.
Well, I'm just surprised that there weren't any protection about him.
That was strange, yes.
Signed. They don't seem concerned.
No.
Oh, they don't.
They have a whole city starving. Looks like it, at least. You think they would riot by now with no guards at the building?
I think we have to be careful around him if that's the case. A starving man, when pushed to the edge, can do a lot of damage.
We may
There's got to
want.
be.
Go ahead.
There's got to be something.
We may want to leave cart outside of gate.
Oh,
Might wanna
I'm sleeping with the cart.
might want to just put the cart somewhere else for now, if they know where it is, at least.
I
True,
think we
but
sh- I think we
Go ahead.
should bring the cart with us, but I'll stay with it with the dogs. Protect
Okay.
it. I'm not sleeping in that big house.
that makes sense.
Alright.
It's not weird for me to sleep outside.
So, after a short walk, you guys arrive back at the carriage. Where you see Drix hanging out, not doing anything in particular. Just kind of sitting there with his guitar, slightly strumming it.
Hey, Drex.
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're good. Strange landowner.
The what?
Landowner's quite strange, but he did offer us rooms, I think.
Ah, bet they're nicer than what we found in that tavern.
Probably. But we are gonna start moving the caravan nearer there, I think.
All right, I can get her all packed up. He sets his guitar down on the front of the caravan where the driver's seat is, carriage where the driver's seat is, and starts moving off to where he's got the horses tied up.
I'll assist to get make sure there's these get loaded and so forth.
Okay.
I help him. Time we would help.
All right. So, you guys collectively get the carriage suited up, packed up, all the sleeping hammocks torn down, everything packed back up, snuffed out the fire, kicked it over, made sure there's no embers or coals. And Drix is up in the seat and he says, "All right, well, where are we taking it?"
To the mansion area.
I start directing him how the Lord directed us towards the front gate.
All right. So, just as the Lord had said, you go back up the valley. You take a left at that road, and after a little bit, there's a patch of trees to your left for some time that you're not sure how deep or thick they are, as you did have to go a little bit past the valley's mouth where it starts to cave back down towards the town to get to the little trail. You follow that for some time. It's mostly wooded on either side here in this immediate stretch, but there are glimpses to the left of the wall that peeks through the trees here and there after a good 20 minutes or so. And then as the trail begins to curve off to the left up ahead, you can also see kind of connected to it, which is a little bit of a difference for sure. Well, this section of the trail in general is a little different. As soon as it started to get wooded on either side, the road became less of just a dirt road, and it was more of like an old cobbled road, but it is in major disrepair. Most of it's covered over by dirt and patches, but you can see where the cobbling still pokes through here and there on the trail, making it a bit smoother of a ride. And as you do approach to where you do in the distance see it start to turn off to the left, it comes from that dirty, cobbled, mostly buried area, and then there's this side road that leads up towards the wall a good 200 feet or so off to the left. And that road is cobbled, but it is not dirty or buried. It looks fresher or maintained.
And then woods on the other side of the road, the other side of the cobble.
Yeah, there's more trees in general right here around this area, making it from which explains why, as you guys approached from the direction you approached, you didn't necessarily see the mansion right away until you got much closer to the valley itself, as this big wooded thicket kind of blocked view of it in general. So you drive up, and you get toward a big iron rock gate where it's two bigger gates, and you see.
Oh wait, didn't we say we wanted to leave the cart
Oh
outside?
yes. Where are you taking?
No, we're bringing it in. Tywin will
Okay.
sleep with the cart.
Okay.
Tywin will sleep with the dogs and the cart and protect it for the night.
So
That's what at least Tywin said. If you guys are okay with that, we'll do that. If you guys are against that.
Yep.
So Drix pulls it up to the outside of the fence, and you see a similar looking butler, perhaps the same guy even, open the gate for you as he sees you approach, and he just kind of motions off over towards the stables. Drix pulls in out over towards the stable buildings. The guy shuts the gate and kind of just continues to hang around the gate itself. Drix says, "Oh my, well, this is quite the entrance." And
different feeling than the village.
Yeah. Well, I bet the rooms are real nice here.
In the shack, at least.
So they didn't. There's nobody here to help with the horses. So the group has to undo the horses.
Correct.
Okay. So I'll help with that.
Okay.
Yep.
Drix after. Go ahead.
Tywin would look for a spot with some trees. Is there trees in the compound or not?
Not like a patch of trees particularly. There's like the stray tree here and there that are decoratively placed.
I will find one tree, and that's near like the where they keep the horses. I'll be like, that's where we'll put cart.
Drix goes, "All right, I will park it right up under that tree." I'm sure the shade will do it good. It'll keep it nice and cool inside for you.
Leave enough distance between cart and tree for hammock.
Ah, I understand what you mean now. Okay. I'll do that.
I like to sleep in my hammock.
Yeah, I noticed that. So he pulls it up to a spot where you're able to get your hammock between the tree and probably like the windowsill of of the carriage itself.
I'll find something.
Yep. And then Drix begins to unhook horses and take them into the stables and find feed and do the routine of stabling them. What do you guys do? Also, Fizz, you see them doing all of this as they come in.
Yeah, when it looks like they've just about gotten the horses stabled and everything tucked away, that's
Mm-hmm.
when Fizz strolls up to the cart just as things are just about being finished.
Excellent.
I'm glad that you guys were able to find the entrance. I'm not sure how we missed it on our way into town.
We're looking for it.
Yeah, basically.
Different
We're,
road.
look, we're looking for a town instead of a mansion.
Well, they've provided us rooms on the second floor overlooking the garden.
Hey. Well, Tarina staying with the cart. I look at Neth.
Yeah, as he's saying
And,
as he's saying this, Tywin's getting like his hammock ready already. He's like,
I was like, will you be staying with Tywin tonight like you were planning?
Who'd you say that to?
You, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
I will decide after dinner.
Okay.
Well, there's going to be a bell that'll let us know when dinner's ready. And we're going to be having dinner in the room where we met. Our new friend that I wrote the name down now. Atheist. Yes.
human.
Mm.
Also, is it just me? Because sometimes I think all humans look alike, but don't both the people look pretty similar? I watched the different games.
You have a sharp eye, Tywin. I suspect that they might be one of the reasons why the townfolk haven't risen up. If you know what I mean, given their
Are they good
current...
fighters? You watch them fight?
I don't know. I just have a nagging suspicion that, you know, them and the wall, you know, probably are more than capable of keeping perhaps less organized less organized mobs at bay compared to maybe a well trained force.
I feel like I could take them.
I would advise against that. You know, it wouldn't be proper as a guest to do that.
I would. I just said I think I could.
Okay.
While I'm listening to that, I started AJ. Not so sure we're guests.
No. Maybe entertainment?
Maybe.
Well, what do you think that people of our a stature R to the lords and ladies of this realm. We're merely entertainment, of course, but we do get the benefit of staying in their homes, eating their food. I'd much rather be doing that than sleeping on the dirt floor of that tavern that's in town.
You've done things like this before.
Right to the point.
I mean, I've been to a few of the parties in Opportunity. It's not uncommon for folks of higher standing to seek a little entertainment. And am I not a great entertainer?
All right.
Hands
Rex is better.
is nice.
Ooh. Ooh, gauntlet.
He only says that because that one song that you played that one time, that was like a perfect 25. It was like a perfect roll. And it made Tywin shed one tear.
Yeah. Yes. I will admit that Drix is quite a fine performer, but I consider myself quite a fine performer as well.
Yeah.
So, as you all kind of stand there gathered around where the carriage is parked, the afternoon is yours. At least until the dinner bell rings.
Start
Should
looking.
we look around?
Jay just nods yes and starts looking at the types of plants that are in the garden.
Fizz has a couple of things that he would like to do. So,
Okay.
for everybody.
So we explore the yard.
So,
Okay.
Nithya and RJ, the two of you break off and begin exploring. To what extent are you exploring the exterior grounds?
I'm going to plant to see what type of things are on the grounds. They're planting anything interesting, at least,
All
or
right.
cultivating anything like
Go,
that.
go ahead and make your skill check. Your nature.
Nat one.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna be keeping my eyes out for things.
I stole your nat 20.
Like it.
So, RJ, excuse me, you begin to go around the grounds, and they've got rose bushes, and the trees themselves here are more along the pine varieties.
Oh,
As was the.
actually,
Go ahead.
can I? Considering that we have so much time, could I take a 20?
I don't think you can take a 20 in knowledge checks because it's not so much based on the skills that you can take 20s on and stuff like that are if you're able to, provided you rolled them again and again and again through some sort of method or action, eventually you roll higher because it's
Okay.
trial and error. But when it comes to
Yeah.
knowledges, it's less about how much time you put into it and more about whether you just know something or not.
I think there's actually bard traits that
Yeah.
allow you to take 10s and 20s on knowledge checks.
Yep.
There are.
So
Alright.
you are not a bard, sir.
That's fine.
I only know that because I've played a bard before.
So, in that case, You go around, you see rose bushes, you see that most of the trees on the premises are pine trees, evergreens. And there are the hedges. There are other flower beds of various natures scattered about. You do see you do come across the entrance of the hedge maze.
How tall are the hedges?
They are 12 feet tall.
Okay. So I can reach the top, but I can't see over the top.
Mm-hmm.
As you jump.
Yeah, I probably could jump and see over them.
But other than that, I mean, lots of flower, beds in general. There are weeds scattered about a lot of the beds. Looks like if they're not kept up to the greatest of ability. You do find off to the back side of the hedge mage a plot with 2 or 3 different plants, and this is all like tilled soil, and it looks like there's no weeds in it, but can't quite put your finger on what those are.
Okay.
One has like thorns on it, that are kind of crooked and curved. Another one is this bush, but its leaves are a little on the whiter side, which is strange for a plant. And it's got these small little black berries on the bush. And then there's a third type, which is this long, stalky plant. It's kind of red in hue on the stalk, but then as the leaves come off, they kind of bleed out from that red into a purplish blue towards the tips of the leaves. And that one has kind of a sweet smell to it.
Okay. Should we go back? Yes.
I nod.
And to go across the grounds takes quite a bit of time, probably a couple of hours if you are any amount of at least remotely thorough. The grounds are quite large. And you do come across a couple of other smaller buildings. There's one near the cliffside entrance, some sort of building or shed. It's not very large, and it doesn't have any windows, but it does have like an iron door on the front. You come across the stables, the main house, and then the hedge maze, and then in the front, or the side entrance as you now know it, which would be the town side entrance. There was another smaller building closer off towards that entrance as well. Also, the walls themselves are not the sort of walls that one could get on top of and walk along. And you see no sort of towers connected to the walls themselves, like lookouts or anything of that nature.
Okay.
Makes sense.
And that probably takes, a good couple hours. You likely have more time, but Taween, what are you doing for the first little bit of your stay here?
Since Tywin said something that he was going to guard the caravan with the dogs, he's actually going to attempt to train the dogs the guard command.
Ah.
Or at least start the beginnings of it.
Okay, yeah. Roll a handle animal check to see how this little training session begins. Okay. Not bad. So,
No.
with the dogs, it starts off. How how are you training them in any particular way, if you have any ideas?
He would like try to get all their attention. He's like Rex, Weatherfang, Dancer, Thunder. Over here.
Kind of vaguely crowd around you. One licks at your hand.
You speaking to them in common?
Yes. What language are you training them in? That's a good question.
I would train them in.
Because they don't care, but it does matter.
I know. I would train them in
Base.
common.
Okay.
Since it seems
I
like
thought you
most
trained
of-
him. Oh,
Well, it seemed so. So when we first started to like take them with us and train them, did it seem like they were a little bit more like responsive to common?
Not particularly. They weren't all that greatly trained when you first got them, so it would kind of also depend on what you decided to train them in, what language there as well. Your
Let's see.
choice.
I'm trying to think. And then the only people who have really taken any time with these dogs were really RJ and me.
Mostly you,
Mhm.
though, in terms of commands.
Mostly me.
RJ was
But
able
RJ
to
would go-
directly speak with them, which is irrelevant to language.
RJ also came with us to hunting.
Mm-hmm. And he also knows
Yeah.
Elven.
We would have probably talked in Elven more if it was just the two of us. But yeah, I'm training them in Elven.
Cool. All right.
It is his
Let's
more
be
common
honest.
language.
Let's be honest. You don't want Fizz to be able to command them.
No, I literally thought about how we would have done this as we were, because we never really talked about how we were doing it last session.
we were just hunting.
And since it was me and RJ usually talking Elven together.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
In realistic, you usually do that kind of stuff in your native language.
Yeah,
Cool.
I'd be teaching them in Elven then.
Okay. So
I'd be
you're just trying to get them to come around you, and they gather
I'd
around
be
you.
like-
One licks your hand.
Thunder, no licking right now. All right, sit.
A couple of them look at you, heads cocked. One wanders off and finds a bug on the road.
Okay, I haven't taught you that one yet. Fair enough. All right. When I'm like, he's never really trained animal before. And RJ probably helped him a lot when it came to the hunting. Kind of probably told them like what he wanted them to do in their while using speak with animal or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
The very start, at least.
So he's probably like talking to them like they were like normal, like they're just humans or elves. He's like, when people come by, bark.
Bark.
Yes. Good one, Dancer. Not me though. Me good. People you don't know, strangers.
Bark.
Like that guy over there, he points at like if he sees one of the butlers, he'll point at the butler.
You point at the butler, and they all kind of take that as a sign while you were hunting, and you see them all kind of start wandering over that way.
No hunt. He come close, you stay. He come here, then you hunt.
Excellent. So you begin drills of that sort of nature for the afternoon, and there's an amount of like they get confused from time to time, bored from time to time. You do have some success though. Like you get to the point where you start getting them to gather, and at least they stay in the same spot for a few minutes before breaking concentration and scattering again. There's a couple times you have to chase Thunder down as he sprints off towards the butler standing near the gate.
No, Thunder, no. Only if he comes nearby.
There's at one point you command them, and you're like, come here, or something of that nature, and one of them just runs up to you and jumps at you and takes you clean off your feet.
Oh.
Because they are big dogs.
Oof. Good job. But don't do that to me. Do that to strangers.
You get a nice lick to the face.
I love you too, Rex.
And that's about how that goes for this first day. It's mildly comical for anyone watching from afar.
But Taween is smiling from ear to ear, I would imagine.
He's having fun. He enjoys doing this more than other things.
Excellent. That's how you spend your afternoon. Fizz, what is the Wondrous up to?
The Wondrous.
Yes.
The Wondrous is returning to the house after greeting his fellow adventurers. It is trying to find either the kitchen or a wine store. Like a wine cellar.
Okay.
I should say.
So, yeah, go ahead and make a perception check as you search the halls. See what you may come across. All right. So, you go down the first floor halls, kind of opposite where he mentioned most of the living quarters may be. And there are some smells of food that you're mildly following. There's some sort of salty smell in the air. You can smell something being cooked. Although I don't know that it's a scent that's very familiar to Fizz, thinking about what it is. So you're kind of following around in the vague areas where you find this. Now, when you go down these hallways, how are you approaching it? Because there are doorways. Are you trying them, peeking in? Are you just looking for open archways? How is he doing this?
I guess it would depend on, based off of like previous experience. Like, is the kitchen normally through a door or through an open archway in places that are fancy like this?
When you get to fancier places, usually there's kind of open archways or kind of those carousel type doors if you can get into the dining room coming back into the kitchen, but usually they're doored leading out to other sections of places.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess that's kind of what I would be looking for then, is like a swinging door or just like an open archway. Because I'm really just to illustrate or to reveal Fizz's crazy thought process.
Mm-hmm.
He's just curious if the Lord enjoys to partake in wine or other alcohol.
Okay. So you search around for. Do you have a certain amount of time you're spending on this, or just until you're successful?
How much? So everybody else is.
It's like
a couple
midday.
hours?
Yeah.
So I mean, probably like at least like maybe an hour or two if I don't find it right away.
Okay, so you'll be a little persistent with it.
Yeah.
So searching around, you find a lot of the halls also run along the outside of the house, on the inner U side of the house. And a lot of those have windows, which is providing the majority of the light. It is not often you come across any sort of lit fire or candle or anything like that.
Yeah.
However, after some searching, there is on the first floor, and you missed it the first time you were down here. Like, you search the first floor a bit, you go back up, you hit the second floor, find nothing there. You find yourself in the pool through some other hallway, somewhat of a dark hallway, and suddenly you're popped out on the side of the pool, and that's not where you wanted to go. And make your way back into the first floor, and you see this hallway, and at the end of it, it's rather dark, but you do see a candlelight, or some sort of torch light, or some light bouncing off of the corner around the end of the hall. You sneak down there, and you peek around, and it does look like you have come across an entrance of sorts to a large dining hall. And we're talking banquet hall size.
Yeah.
Um,
From where I'm peeking, do I see like what I would expect, like the swinging door into the kitchen?
Yep, you do see that.
Okay, so I'll stroll over to the kitchen.
And to put the size of this room in some perspective, it's likely this wing does not have a lot of rooms on the upper floors because of the size of the ceiling.
Yeah.
Not to the same size, maybe about half the size, but think Hogwarts' dining hall from Harry Potter. Massive.
Got it.
Massive.
Got it.
Like multiple rows of tables, a big section up at the top where there's stairs that lead up to a big long curved table with multiple chairs behind that. And the light that you saw was cascading out of another hallway into that hallway you initially saw, which is why it was so dim. And you can see and smell the food getting stronger as you peer around the corner, and you can see another man, a little bit shorter than Lord Athos. He's got flowing blonde locks that are kind of pulled back into a bun behind his head. He's wearing tighter fitted clothing and actually a leather armor tunic of sorts. You see a rapier at his side. Leather boots that come midway up the shins with his pants tucked inside. And you can see he's kind of over a big pot. And you can see on a table behind him as you kind of peer around the corner from the darkness, there's a bunch of cleaned fish, the smell you couldn't quite place before you saw it. It looks like there's some sort of fish stew being made.
I'll walk in and make my presence known. Hello.
Hello. Hi. Are you one of the guests?
Why, indeed I am. My name is Frederick Ericaz the Wondrous, and I will be performing this evening. I was curious as to what the menu would be for this evening. I see that you have some fish there.
Yes. I've been told that there are a number of people that have visited us. I'm sorry. My name is Tastival Dreet. It's a pleasure to meet you. And he comes over and shakes your hand.
It is a pleasure to meet you as well.
Yes. I just caught a number of these down at the docks today, so I figured I'd spice them up and get some potatoes going and a loaf of bread and have a nice little stew dinner. It's simple and it's not grand by any means, but it feeds lots and it's tasty and filling.
Well, I can think of at least, I am certainly looking forward to it, and I can think of at least one other member of our little troop that will be more than happy that will be dining on fish this evening. Tell me, do you know if there's to be wine served this evening?
Well, we do have some wine in stores. Would you like for that to be brought up with the meal?
Well, I don't want to impose this Lord Atheists.
Yes. Athias.
Atheus, Atheus, enjoy to partake in some wine or some ale.
I mean, yeah, we all deign some wine from time to time. I'll try not to dip into the family stocks too much. They only left so much behind.
Yes, indeed.
But for the rare occasion of visitors, we always do like to crack a bottle or two, have a toast to whatever the occasion may be. So,
Excellent.
what does bring you to Formarian? What a strange place for people to come.
Yes, well, we're on a bit of an expedition, which we require a boat, and well, we're doing an expedition essentially onto Silver Lake, where there's some charting we need to do and whatnot.
Is that so?
So, indeed.
Well, I am Captain Tassowell, if you will.
Oh, is one of the vessels that's docked at the docks one of your vessel?
They're all my creation.
Ah,
My creations over time.
this guy doesn't look like Lord Atheist, right?
No, not really.
Okay.
Bit of a shorter build, thinner in different ways. It looks like he works. He's not, lazy. You can tell even by kind of his pushed up sleeves, his muscles are well built and defined.
Okay.
Indications of someone who has done ship work.
Yeah. Okay, so
his skin's a bit
I'm not
tanner.
thinking like, oh, this is the brother that was supposed to be in town.
I don't know.
Okay.
What do you think? He introduced it. He said his whole name. What did he say his whole name was?
Tess something.
Tassowell.
Tess Juliet. More names I can't pronounce. Well, they all look to be pretty fine vessels. I'm sure that we'll probably be discussing. Do you join? Will you be joining us for dinner? Or
Yes, of course. I will be serving the dinner for us all after I cook it.
Excellent.
And I will indeed be joining. If you are interested in a boat and a charter of sorts, I have been dying to get back out to the sea, dying for a reason to be at the sea. So, hopefully, we can help one another.
Indeed, I hope so.
We just, it was fortuitous you came down here and found me. Are you the leader or spokesperson of your little band of adventurers?
Yes, indeed, I am.
Excellent. Well, word of advice, because I like the idea of an expedition. We have to make it worth it to my brother. It has to have some value.
Your brother?
Yes. Athis.
Ah. I see. Yes. Well, I think I have something of value that we could offer him.
No, I don't mean payment. The reason for the expedition needs to have some value. See, normally, the only way that I could get out to sea and be given the proper staff and stuff I need for boats would be trade routes. So I went trading. It's not, I just want to go sail the seas and explore things, but that doesn't have value, Tassowell. You won't gain anything from that, Tassowell.
So, I see.
Yes.
Well, I think I have something that will make it worth his while.
Excellent.
If I am to understand this man. In fact, I think it may be worth, breaking out maybe 4 or 6 bottles of wine.
Oh, heavy drinkers. I will see what I can do. Well, I must get back to cooking. It was nice to meet you.
Indeed. It's good to meet you as well.
And I'm sure we will have a very interesting discussion at dinner.
Oh,
And hopefully a fruitful one.
I'll count on it. So Fizz will take his leave, and the only other thing he'd like to do this afternoon is to go to the pool.
Mm-hmm.
Is how deep is the pool?
It looks at least 6-7 feet deep.
It's pretty deep. Are there like stairs into the pool?
Yeah,
or is it
on
just
one
a
side.
sheer drop?
On one side there's stairs.
Okay. So, I guess I'll get not completely undressed, but essentially in like the equivalent of just like
Your skivvies.
undergarments.
Yeah.
In one of the change rooms, and I will swim around a bit in the hopes of maybe getting a little bit more comfortable with swimming. Or maybe I'll drown.
Make a swim check. All right. It is not the most graceful by any means, but you keep yourself afloat.
Yeah.
And are able to slowly move about in the water.
Okay.
Make a perception
So that's
check.
kind of what perception.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe I should have checked what was in the pool before I jumped into the pool.
Okay. Before I get onto that perception check, anybody else doing anything for the remainder of the evening before the dinner bell rings?
Can I start to go back to that bookcase to look at that the one about the adventurers?
Yeah. How far does the disc span?
Yes.
Yeah.
Babysitting RJ.
Okay. So the two of you make the climb up the stairs, long up the stairs, and you find yourselves back in that study/dining balcony. You go back over towards that book, and you do find it there on the shelf. Are you just going to begin skimming it, or what is it you wish to do with the book?
If they have any idea what might be near this area, so I start skimming it to look for the term Silver Lake or Ohana or anything like that.
I'll pick up one of the other ones, probably the Penumbra one.
Okay.
And just start reading through it.
Anything in particular you hope to glean out of the Penumbra of the Luminous? To give
Not really.
Okay.
But go ahead. I was going to say not really, just more of a
brief perusal.
Intrigued that she now remembers she knows how to read.
Excellent. All right.
So it's more of about because it's relatively easy for her to read.
Yes.
She's relatively good at it.
So the two of you begin kind of scanning and skimming through the books you've chosen. Nithir and I imagine you're just standing there flipping through the book.
I would go ahead. If I'm going to read, I'd sit cross-legged, yoga style, and kind of get into it.
Okay. RJ, do you You stand around and read, or you find a nice couch, or maybe the table?
I go to the couch.
Okay. You find a nice soft spot on the couch, nestle yourself in there, and you guys begin perusing your books. A little bit of the way, after some time, you guys are getting a little lost in the stories that you caught your eyes on. You begin to hear splashing from the pool below and heavy breathing far below.
Yeah, I'll go peek over the edge.
Fizz is swimming. So,
I'll go back and sit down and read. Doesn't look like he's drowning, right?
no.
Okay.
Reginald, you peruse. You're particularly looking for a couple of keywords. And as you skim through, you do not come across the term Silver Lake or Duhana. Although there are, I guess, yeah. There are a couple of passages, that you're skimming through. It's talking about a lake. It's talking about, things that you think might be relevant, and you're looking to kind of put pieces together. You by no means have times to read the whole book, but you flip through, talking about boat. Oh, they're doing some adventure. There's something going on about some sort of creature on a rock. Okay, flip through. Not what you're looking for. And there's this one passage that talks about how to treat the flows of the lake as if it were a river, or the flows of the water as if it were a river. It must wind and snake, and should you lose your course, oblivion will find you. Don't know what that means, but it's a passage that sticks out to you. And also near the very beginning, it talks about the absurdity of even starting this adventure in the first place, and the ridicule and pushback that this group of adventurers even got for wanting to start such a thing, as they were mocked and ridiculed that there is no land out there, there is nothing to find, and they were only sailing to their deaths. And skimming through the first few chapters as well, that for a long time is what they thought was going to happen, as they came across nothing but danger and problem and strange happenings. But after a year or so into their journey, all of it became worth it, and they found some other land. That's the gist of what you get in the time that you're able to spend here. Nithirn, this book, The Penumbra of the Luminous, talks about the moon, and how the moon itself has its two sides that are very distinct. There's the one side that is always shrouded toward the dark, as it says, and the other side that is always shrouded or cast towards the light. And that the moon itself is a celestial object that does not spin of its own accord, yet orbits that which it is bound to. It talks of there being multiple phases in the year where the influence of the moon itself can be seen and felt throughout the world. And that for those who wish to utilize the strength of that power, must know very precisely when and how to do so. It's somewhat cryptic writing. It also talks about the struggle of the War of the Moon. It talks of how the moon itself is in a constant battle between light and dark. And that this has been a battle cast through eons. And that should one side ever win, the moon itself would influence the world greatly towards that side, whether that be consuming the world to darkness or bathing it in so much light that it destroys itself. Both seem to have ominous outcomes, despite having such a diametrically opposed desire. A lot of it's very vague, and it's a lot of skepticism, and it's kind of third-hand accounts, it feels like.
Okay.
And that's in general what you're able to peruse. Fizz, you are swimming about, and you catch your breath at one point, and you stop for a moment on the edge, thinking how best to cross the pool again, practicing your swimming. And you just hear this soft
Soft clap.
soft
I'll
clap.
try to. Can I identify where it's coming from and try and
Indeed.
look towards?
Off to the corner of one room, somewhat peaked in the shadows before, but now as the sun is setting, the light is beginning to stream at a different angle in through the window, and it's revealing those corners of the room. How long this figure has been here, you're not sure. But you see this woman, this girl. She has black flowing silken hair down to the midsection. She is wearing this thin gown and shawl with a deep cut, a deep V cut, almost down to the navel, revealing a bit more than most women would reveal in her very beautiful and adequately filled out form. She is thin and slender, but rounded in just the right places.
Does she look young or old or?
She does look young.
Okay.
She's got these soft-looking eyes and this thin smile across her face. The gown itself is this light blue color, and there are two slits up the sides, halfway up the knees, revealing even more of the thigh. And she just softly claps and kind of walks over and kneels down by the side of the pool as well. And who might you be?
My name is Frederick Ericaz the Wondrous, but you, my dear, can call me Fizz. You must be a Lord Athy's sister, lady at all, like lady question mark.
Linenia.
Linenia.
Yes. And yes, I do see Fizz the Wondrous in all his wonder, it seems.
Hey, you're in your undies.
Yep. I am.
Would you like company? It's always good to bathe before dinner.
Sure, why not?
Excellent. She stands up, takes the corners of her gown to either side, and it all drops. And she walks into the pool. and swims up to you. So, Fizz the Wondrous, how are you this evening?
Oh, I'm pretty good.
As she's treading
Oh.
water, one of her arms almost brushes your arm on accident.
It sounds like from what your brother told me that you don't get a lot of visitors.
No, we do not, which is quite a boring place. But I travel, and I make it interesting. Are you a
Oh?
traveler?
Why? Yes, I am.
What's the most interesting place you've seen?
Oh, I mean, opportunity. Can't go wrong with opportunity. That's probably the most interesting place. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to venture farther. This is the first time I've been to the lake.
Yes. Well, the lake is a rather dreadful place, I think. It's nice to swim here in the pool from time to time, but the thought of going out on some silly raft where one can't even see the bottom is ridiculous. But it looks like you're
I don't
more
know.
than adept to swim in such depths. Her leg brushes your leg. You can feel her silken skin brush across yours.
Did you change the rating on the room? No.
It is flagged as making to an adult themes. I think his stream. Yeah. Well, I I would find it quite interesting to go off into the unknown. Sure, there might not be that much to see on the lake, but how many people can say they've chartered its waters?
Perhaps. Is that why you have come to this little town of hole-in-the-wall people?
Yes, we're on a little bit of an expedition. We need to explore the lake a little bit, so we require a boat. And
So you are not of their ilk.
no,
I can see that. You're well built, strong. Make me a will save for seduction here
Okay.
to see how much she's getting under Fizz's skin.
So is that like a will save?
Yeah,
Then?
just go ahead and roll a will save.
Ooh, not so good.
I am entranced.
And I opposed it by something of hers. So, yeah, the beauty of this woman, Fizz, easily outmatches anyone you've come across to date. The subtleness and the softness she presents, not only physically, but in nature, is like a forbidden wine.
Okay, I mean, I'm enthralled. I'm at this point. I'm going to be doing whatever she wants to do.
Indeed. She turns a bit playful and says, well, let us see these swimming talents you have. Come, race me. And kind of begins to drag you over toward one end of the pool.
Okay.
Make swim check.
Oh. Doggy paddle.
Might be
If that.
even worse.
You don't really get anywhere, right? You make it out a little bit. You kick off the wall, and then you kind of flounder. You're barely keeping your head above water before you feel her soft embrace, with nothing but skin wrap around you, as she helps you to the edge. And as she says, "Well, looks like you might need some practice before you go. That's all right."
Yeah, that's what I was kind of hoping to do with this
She's still
With
kind of
this-
lingering a caress on you.
pool, but it's always nice to have a partner to practice with.
Indeed. Perhaps we'll have to practice together if you're staying here for any amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
Ding! So you hear a loud bell that kind of snaps you to your senses as the rest of you hear this bell dinging throughout the compound.
Tyween, not Wizroon, not really hanging out. He doesn't know where the fuck Wizroon is.
Mizran disappeared somewhere off into the compound.
Yeah, at some point after training the dogs, I'm guessing when the bell rings, he'd be reading his smelting little booklet thing he has.
Okay. Just kind of
Just
familiarizing
as a
yourself with it, yeah.
yeah, just something to do during the day, as he doesn't want to leave the care.
Excellent.
Maybe like, that must be the bell for food. Wonder what's making that sound. He would work his way. He would work his way towards the mansion.
And the man, that guard, butler, whatever he may be, kind of intercepts you as you're moving towards the mansion. He says, "I see you haven't been inside. Could I lead you to the dinner hall?"
Yeah, thanks.
Nithir and
Are
RJ,
you-
you what? Go ahead.
Are you like brothers with the other guy?
In ways, yes, we are brothers.
All right, you guys look a lot like.
We get that a lot.
All right. He hasn't even seen the third guy, so he doesn't know there's a third one. He's just like, twins, brothers.
Nithir and RJ, you're already in the room you know to meet in. Nobody else has come in yet. But you do hear the bell sounding throughout the manor. Everybody make perception checks.
No, I don't.
Everybody make perception checks, including you, Nithir.
Okay, but I did not hear the bell.
Yes, you do.
Oh, I did hear the bell?
You do hear the bell. Fizz just sounds like a normal bell. Nithirn, you by default succeed. That was not an actual audible bell. Halloween or RJ, yep, it was a bell somewhere. RJ, you already expressed some kind of I wonder what's making that sound, which fits very well with your perception as you hear the bell, but you can't tell where it's coming from.
So I would jump up.
Everything all right?
I just heard a sound.
Heard
Like
a sound?
like a bell.
It wasn't just a normal bell?
Huh. I wouldn't hear a normal bell.
No,
I
you
just
wouldn't
heard a
hear a normal
sound.
bell. Interesting.
That is like something I would hear in a dream.
I remember. It really is strange with this compound.
Be careful.
Wary, but Yeah, we should be wary, but we shouldn't outwardly look like we're on guard yet.
Understood.
So, after a few minutes, Taween is led up to that room, and he enters in through the door. Sin beats Taween and steps in before, just a couple minutes before him. Wizrun close behind Taween. Fizz, the shock of the bell. Leonania goes, "Oh, well, I must go get dressed for dinner, it seems. I'll see you there soon."
Yes.
Balcony side, second seat from the back. Sit there.
Oof.
Okay.
Delightful. Well, have fun drying off. And she picks up her her gown off the floor, and nudely streaks off toward a hallway, as you can't help but just watch her go.
Excellent. I will attempt to leave the pool and get dressed.
You're gathering yourself and your drool back up. Fizz finds his way, dries off, gets dressed.
Yeah. I'll keep my clothes the same as what I had mentioned last session, like courtly attire for somebody who's not a lord, but a an entertainer of sorts, not a jester, court jester, but clean, neat clothes.
Okay. So the group of you, Drix, Wizrun, Sin, everybody kind of filters in to this balcony side dining hall. And as you guys perhaps begin finding chairs or milling about doing what you are in the room, let's go ahead and take a short break there for bathroom break, refreshments, and the like.
Okay.
Excellent.
And we will be back in about 5 minutes or so, stream. So hang in there. All right. We are back. So, as everybody has gathered in the dining hall, you see the doors then open a few moments later as you guys are scattered about wherever you may be. As Athis walks through the door with Linenia kind of off by his side, a little bit behind him. He says, "Well, I hope you've all gotten comfortable and been able to settle in a bit since this afternoon." And as he's saying this, he's walking up towards the head of the table on that more ornate chair, and he goes and he sits down. Leonania goes and sits to the right of him, which makes sense why she said to sit to the right second chair off of the head table, as it seems she wanted you to sit by her, Fizz.
Excellent.
He just says, "Please, please, sit. Make yourselves comfortable amongst the table. Dinner shall arrive in just a few moments, I believe."
Sit at a open chair.
I try to sit just a little bit further away so I keep a good eye on everybody.
Okay. So there's the head of the table.
Away from the door.
Okay. So there's the head of the table where Lord Athos sits. Lenania comes to sit on his right side, which is the side next to the banister, or closer to the banister. So Nithian, are you saying kind of that corner, maybe that corner seat on the other end of the table on the banister side, so you're facing the door and you can see them as well?
Yep, that works.
Okay. What about the rest of you? Where do you sit?
I sit near Nith.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sitting where I was told to sit.
All right. Sin and Drick sit on the other side to kind of counterbalance everything near the center. And you, Tommy?
So what's left?
There's the door side of the room corner seats, and then there's like the damn near full banister side where you'd be sitting between everybody. And then there's the head seat opposite of the Lord on the opposite end entirely.
Tyween not really understand what that means at the other head of the table.
Okay.
Like, sit by myself. But he doesn't really know what that means in like their culture or whatnot.
If anything.
If it does mean
Yeah.
anything.
A few more minutes go by, and you can hear this rattling coming from the hall outside. And a few moments pass, and you see the doors open, and the backside of Tassowil coming backwards into the door, pulling this cart. Oh, he's got this pot and a couple of other covered trays and a pile of it's like a cart with everything on it for dinner. So he takes a bunch of plates and he goes around and he sets a bunch of plates down around the table for everybody.
I stop him from putting anything in front of Neth and politely say, my friend here is a bit austere and she tends to provide food for herself, unless you have simpler fare for her.
I've got some breads that I've brought down. Or up, I should say.
Simpler fare, I mean seeds and grains.
No, can't say that I have stuff like that. Sorry. Perhaps you'll like the bread.
I'm good for the day. Let him do what he wants.
Okay, yeah. Well, it seems like she says it's fine if you serve her.
All right. So he goes around and he puts plates in front of everybody, puts the silver in front of everybody, brings cups for everybody, sets the pot in the center. Or no, he then comes around with the cart and he portions everything for everybody. Right? He gives everybody some soup, gives everybody some couple pieces of bread, some butter, and fills everybody's glass with wine. And so after a good 5 minutes of that or so, he finally comes and fills his own stuff and sits to the right of Taween. Which is like kitty corner opposite of his brother and sister.
Does Tywin feel like he took his spot?
Roll sense motive.
Right. He's not going to move, but he's just like, I as a player want to know this. Nope.
Perhaps. If you did, it doesn't seem he cares, or at least isn't saying anything of it.
He just saw a seat that was by itself, and he was like, big needs big room.
For the interested Tim, you did.
I wanted that to be awkward in some way. That's why I took that seat, kind of.
Success. So everybody sits down, and Lord Dreet says, please eat up, enjoy. I'm sure there's plenty to go around to your fills. And we should get to chat with some wine after dinner. I do hope everybody settled in well. This, to make some introductions to you all, is my dear baby sister, Linenia Dreet. She is a wonderful young lady, and high hopes for her future. And he motions across the table towards Tassowil, is my younger brother, the middle child of us. He is Tassowil Dreet, and he is the captain of the ships you speak of. But we can get to that in a moment. Please enjoy the meal, enjoy the food.
So Nithiarn will not eat, but she'll watch to see what everybody else does. Very good, very observantly.
Okay.
Including the guests, the people there. Yeah. Okay. Well.
Yeah.
As best as Fizz knows, he's going to follow the correct etiquette for the occasion.
Okay.
Tywin's just eating.
Yeah. Separate.
He doesn't know etiquette.
Separate to what you might find in more other royal homes, there's only like one spoon, one fork. There's not like the whole array you've seen before, Fizz. But you begin eating. You do feel a leg rest up against yours, Fizz. At some point as the meal progresses. Hidden beneath the table in its cloth. With the warmth that exudes from it. And everybody begins eating. The Dreets don't really have much to say, at least they don't say anything to each other. If you guys wish to engage them in any conversation, feel free, or if you guys want to skip to that point where foods have been eaten and we're just talking about business. Whatever you guys wish.
Does the fish stew taste like? How does it taste? Does it taste pretty decent, or?
It's not bad. It's not grandiose or anything.
Well, it's quite a nice stew, Tazul.
Thank you. Something I picked up at sea.
Congratulations on the fine catch today.
Yes. I like to spend my free time down at the docks, catching fish and, keeping up on my ships.
That's the only comment that I had planned for during the
Yeah. I'll start asking questions or through RJ after we get to some talking parts.
While I'm eating, I ask, I noticed some interesting plants that, compared to the other parts of the gardens, didn't seem overgrown. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit about them.
Atheist says, yes, that is my special crop. They are a bit of rarer plants that I've come across from other lands. A couple actually were some seeds that Tassel brought back from across the lake there. Well, let's see. I don't know that I can say much about them. I grew them to see what they were for the seed ones. One was a little baby when I plotted it, and I've been cultivating it since. I'm not quite sure what the berries do on the one, but the leaves are quite weird. The stalks, I do believe that they've been growing some sort of something similar to corn, although I haven't picked it yet myself. And the one with thorns, well, I did brush myself across one of them once, and it left a nasty little wart for a number of days. Quite potent, whatever those thorns hold behind their secretive walls.
Well, if you give me some samples of them, I could help you figure out what they are.
That would be delightful. We should have to make that arrangement. Are you a botanist of sorts?
I use herbs to create potions. I'm a doctor, an alchemist by trade.
Ah, this explains why you can read. It is excellent. I might have, don't know. Anyway, so as a little bit more eating goes on, Athish says, "Well, Castiel, if you would keep the wine glasses full, we shall discuss business, however you wish. It has come to my understanding, brother and sister, that this group of adventurers has come to town seeking passage onto the lake. Quite a strange request." Linnea speaks up right after and says, "Yes, I don't know why people would want to go on that lake. There's nothing on it, nothing there for it."
Yes, I mean, we do need to discuss business, but perhaps now that we're getting towards the end of the meal, I would like to provide a little entertainment before we get down to business. I
Oh,
always
yes,
find
of course. How can I forget? I am sorry. Yes, please delight us with your performance.
I didn't see about that. Okay.
Not bad. Pretty good.
Yeah. And I'm going to encourage the good Lord Atheist to drink as much as possible. Whenever his glass seems 3/4 empty, I'm going to encourage Tez to top her up.
Okay.
Would you like me to roll diplomacy to try and get Lord?
No, we can link that up into the perform and say part of your performance as well, kind of the way a mentalist puts information into your head and thoughts into your head. You as well kind of slip in that idea of, and when the goblets are full, and Tassel's like, oh yes, goblets, and he goes around and fills them again.
Excellent.
Subliminal messaging.
Through song. You need to play my music backwards in order to hear the drink. And of course, my selections of songs tend towards the more jaunty drinking songs that I know are popular in some of the bars of Opportunity.
Fizz, one thing that does kind of catch your gaze a number of times during your performance, Linenia's eyes are fixed upon you during your performance.
That's excellent. Ah.
You also hear Tywin say, not bad.
Did Drix join us by chance?
yeah, Drix is there.
All right.
He bring his guitar as a question.
Nope, nobody told them about a guitar. He did not.
Also, what's the difference between a sea and this lake?
Tasso speaks up. The lake is mostly fresh water, and it is surrounded on all sides by land, which makes it more of a lake than anything else. The sea are the waters that are, well, unsailable around the edges of the lands, and they are mostly saltwater, and should you go too far in them, a sea monster will destroy you, or so it's said.
Really?
Who put the salt in the water?
It's just the way it is.
How big is the sea? Bigger than lake?
Much, much, much bigger. Nobody knows how big it is.
This lake is the biggest water mass I've ever seen.
Yes, it's the biggest one in the lands here, from what we understand.
I would like to see this sea, as you call it.
I see it from the shores of the distances, but I have been in Seer's Embrace once or twice in my day, and you can see it from there, but not many ships sail it. It's too dangerous.
Been to Seer's Embrace.
It's an okay town.
Okay.
Leonenia says, yes, you couldn't quite get yourself suited there, could you? It was the town I went and studied in. I studied a number of arts there.
Okay, I didn't ask that.
No,
Thanks
you did
for
not.
the info, though.
So how is good old Lord Atheist looking?
From what you can tell, his cheeks are a little red, but he's by no means drunk or anything.
Yeah.
So, about our business with ships.
Yes.
We're hoping to look for a historical artifact near the lake that a few sources told us might be there.
Uh-huh.
We're wondering if you would be willing to ferry us over there. You might find something in there that might be of value, and we are willing to pay.
Fizz, were you about to say something? I saw it on your lips.
Mean, yes, RJ. I mean, you know, can't business wait until after maybe perhaps one more tune?
I guess.
Excellent. And he struts off and continues in his song.
Roll again.
Yes. Even better.
Okay. Lord Athos is looking a little tipsy. Linenia, not phased at all. And Tassowil, he's doing good. Although he's a sailor, so he's likely a little more used to drink, perhaps.
Yeah. Oh, hey. Lord Athos. Business.
Yes, business.
We must discuss.
What a wonderful tune that you had.
Yes. Oh, Drix, my good friend.
Yeah?
You know how to play the lute, correct?
One sec. How blitzed is he?
Oh yeah. He would have probably drank up a storm.
A tune, you say? What's this about
Yes.
tunes?
Oh, do you think you'd be able to take over for me while
Well, I
maybe
don't got
spoke?
I don't got my guitar with me, but I can play your little thing like one.
Sure. And I'll
Excellent.
hand him my lute. Yes, Lord Atheist.
He outperforms
Perhaps
you
we should.
on a lute that's not even his instrument.
Tywin sheds a tear.
Damn it.
Oh, that's excellent.
That's great.
Let us adjourn to the couches, so that we may discuss.
Yes, that
the
sounds like
business.
a wonderful idea. Please, everybody, let's go to more comfortable seating for business
Oh.
arrangements.
Yes.
And Drix is just over there. He's got the guitar style, but on a lute, it takes a totally different tone. And he is just jamming in the corner.
Excellent.
He rolled like an
Excellent.
18 plus his bonus.
Biz, why can't you play like that?
Shush, Tywin. We will discuss this later. So, Lord 8. Yes, it is true. We do require a boat. However, even in the short time that I've gotten to know you, I know that you are very much well indeed a very well educated man and interested in history.
I do try and stay well read, yes.
So, I think that we could provide some historical information to you that I can guarantee you would never read in any of those books. Then Fizz waves his arm at the bookshelves on the wall. But this knowledge, I think it comes at quite a great price. So, here's what I'm willing to do for you, my friend. My good friend. I would like to challenge you to a game of chance. If I win, I will provide you. So if you win, I will provide you this information that we have. Very significant, important historical information.
They
And we will.
stare at Fizz narrowly.
Yes. and we will bestow upon you, your required fees and associated discoveries that we may find on our expedition onto the lake. However, if I win, well, I will still provide you the information. But I'm sorry to say, I think it comes at the price of your inheritance.
What? I couldn't hear that last bit.
I'm sorry to say, but I think it comes at the price of your inheritance. Fizz is asking for the house
Big
and
gamble.
all land associated with it. Gambling with the knowledge of the dwarves.
Yeah, RJ does not like this at all.
And the TM is just shocked.
Roll a diplomacy for sure,
Okay.
and or your performance,
So,
your whatever you do.
yeah. So just keep in mind, if he has more than five or more hit dice than me, I get a bonus of +4. So it'll be +4 to whatever this roll is.
Noted.
Back.
Ooh. What a time for a 1.
Yeah.
He looks over at Lenania, who just smiles back at him and shrugs. Tassel is still like doing wine stuff. He thinks for a moment. The inheritance, you say? What has been passed down to me, you mean? Is that correct?
Oh, Fizz.
I also have the where if I've failed and they're where is it? You can tell me if it applies. Amiable Blunder. Once per day, when you fail a diplomacy to be checked by 5 or more and would cause an NPC's attitude towards you to worsen, you can immediately attempt another diplomacy check against the same DC as a free action. If you succeed this second diplomacy check, the character's attitude doesn't change as though you have failed the original check by 4 or less.
I'll keep that in note for now.
Okay.
He says,
Yes,
so,
that is what I mean.
what has been inherited to me? I
Yeah.
do believe that is a very interesting wager. What would the game of chess be?
If you weren't before, you should be scared now.
Oh, can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I think I dropped for a second or something.
I don't.
Okay. A game of cards, of course.
Cards, you say? What game?
Do I have to come up with a game right now?
You don't have to. If you have something, if you just have the game of cards in general, that's fine. Well, all right. Let us come up with a game of cards.
Hold on. I think I might have something here.
As do I.
It's on the screen.
While this is happening, I whisper to Fez and say, "You know, the dwarven's information isn't ours to share."
Do you think anyone's really gonna believe when?
I think if information gets out that people aren't ready for, it's gonna do a lot of damage.
We're on a path. Let's see where it goes.
The path RJ does not like.
Yeah.
So, what if we do a bit of game of true chance? We'll shuffle the deck. We'll each draw a card. That with the higher suit of card, not suit, but value to the card, wins the round. And we'll do a best of 3.
Sure. Sounds like a plan.
Excellent.
From a mechanics point of view, am I able to, if I want to, try sleight of hand to get a better card, or
Yeah,
just so I
yeah.
know?
Yeah, we'll say your
Okay.
sleight of hand roll might influence what you get by instead pretending it's a higher kind of number by some degree.
Okay. So this I'm guessing this is a standard 52 card deck.
From what it seems. This is right here that I have, yeah.
Yeah. So is ace high or low?
Your call is the wondrous. Is ace more valuable than the king?
We're gonna ace is low.
All right.
What do I do? Do I just click on it?
I
It does say
believe
draw
you.
cards.
Yeah, I believe you can draw a card off the deck.
Okay.
Hold
And
on,
it's
let me-
it's shuffled. It's
hold
not
on,
like in a.
before we. All right. What happens if I click deal? Ah, okay, cool.
I don't see anything.
Yeah, we
Deal.
didn't see anything.
1 card to Fizz and me.
Oh,
I see cards.
Now,
I do too.
before we reveal,
Sorry, hold on.
yeah, hold on. What? That's cool. Okay. So if you click on your card, Fizz, over your name,
Yeah.
you'll be able to see what it is. It'll pop up like a little menu.
Okay. Cool.
And so we'll say during the shuffle / draw at some point, if you are wishing to do sleight of hand, roll the sleight of hand. He'll roll a perception to see if he catches you. Whether or not he says something will be another story, perhaps. And then
We're doing
if you
best
succeed,
of 3, right?
yep, if you succeed in sleighting of handing him, we'll say the value of your card will move up by 1 for every 2 you succeeded him by.
Okay.
And before, so the cards are shuffled. The cards are dealt. And he says, now, before we reveal for round one, why don't we make this more interesting and do a mini wager on each round? You see, the whole pot is an inheritance versus information.
Yeah. How much were you thinking?
What you have that you want to wager, and I will match in kind of something similar.
Have anything of value?
Food just got delivered.
Nice.
Nice.
What's happening with this game?
I will wager you on the first part. If you win this round, you can use Tassowil in his boat, free of charge.
How you doing?
I'm looking up how much I have that is worth.
Don't know that you have physical items. You're probably trading service or
Time,
soul
service.
or time or yeah.
Okay.
A future promise, perhaps.
Your soul.
I don't think we're at that stage yet.
For freedom.
No. Okay. I don't know how much the party is going to enjoy that.
I am very generous. You set your price.
Yes, I did. I'll... So, okay. If you offer Taz to us for free, then I will stay behind and entertain you while they're gone.
All right.
And serve you dinner as Taz currently does.
All right. Well, then when you are ready to reveal. And are you sliding or handing him this round?
This is a tough call. I'm guessing with how much he wagered, he's yeah. No, I'm not gonna sleight of hand him this time.
All right.
So how do I reveal?
I think you can just drag it out of that box and onto the map.
Oh, okay.
Do you see mine there?
I do not. I saw it
No.
for a second, I think.
Do not.
I dropped it there as well. Is it because the scale is super small? I had the 5 of hearts.
I see your card.
BDM only.
Yeah, it might be. It'd be cool if I could get them to work. What happens if I put that on the map?
Oh,
Do you
I see the
that?
3 clubs. I see the 3 clubs, and I see the 5 of hearts.
All right.
Oh my god, this is.
You
Oh.
won. You both are horrible.
Well, it seems then that Taswil will engage in your journey. We'll just set these off to the side then.
Jesus Christ.
For the next round, I will wager there's any artifacts or things of power you come across on your journey, you will bring back to me.
Okay, that's your.
That's my wager for
Wager?
round 2, yes. For example, you won the first round, so you do not have to stay behind and entertain me, but
Yeah.
you will have Taswil.
Yes. Okay. So, if you win, you want all the. Okay, I understand. I understand. So in the first round, we offered each other something, and now this round, we're taking something.
Offering
Okay.
another set. He is
Huh?
oh, yeah, sure. You could interpret it that way if you want. Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause
That seems right. Either we keep the artifact if we find one, or he gets the artifact if we find one. That seems straight up. Flip of the coin-ish.
No, I think what he's saying is slightly different. So,
Oh.
Yeah.
Athis is offering, is putting on the table that if he wins this round, any artifacts you find, you'll bring back to him. You could balance by anything you want, however
Yeah.
you want to wager.
Yeah. Yeah. If I win, I get the Nina's hand in marriage.
The what?
Whoa.
Wait, what did you say?
Lady
Hand in
Lenina,
marriage.
his sister.
Oh, her
I
hand
get
in
her
marriage?
hand in marriage. Yeah.
Wow, Fizz is going home.
Swinging for the fences.
Yeah, I see that.
That's what we're doing here, okay, people?
Oh boy. All right. Are you?
I can only assume that we're finding a
I
lot
guess
of artifacts.
before you click your card, are you sleight of handing at all?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, because I won the first one, so.
All right. Go ahead and drop it.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it's like. Okay, hold on. I think. Oh. Of course, you just explained to me how. And then I don't immediately forget that I'm not just clicking on the little blue icon and dragging. I have to.
Oh, you lost big time.
Big.
I mean, yeah.
Lenania just says, a shame. Would have been exciting.
Out of game. Quick, your wording. It was whatever artifacts that he discovers
Or
has to go to.
or objects of power that you discover.
He
Yeah.
discovers.
You discover, right?
Fizz, all right.
You
Although I'm
can
sure
you can
did.
rule lawyer that however the hell you want, but I know what he meant.
I know. I'm saying that what
And this is not a wish spell where we're talking about specifics. So
I know.
you know, in that case, Lenania. Round 3. This one not only takes the cake, but also let's spice it up a bit. If I win this round, as I see the stakes, you willing to take things. Well, at first, I'll give you a brief history lesson of my own. You see, us Dreets here, we have had this mansion for generation upon generation here at this location. The people that you see that live in the town below are not part of the place known as Formarian. That is this compound here, and it used to be a sole place of its own. But over time, people desiring the wealth they could not find for themselves have gathered in the valley below. We hold no claim to them, and we hold no power over them. They call us Lord because we rise above them, but they themselves put them there. And now they squander for whatever they want to find, to whatever success they have. What I've seen is not very much. But they have nothing to do with us and our home here. They are nothing but poachers, surrounding us on all sides of our land. So, if I win this round, you will convince, or force, or in whatever way you see fit, remove them from our doorstep. At your earliest convenience, of course. Which could be after your little sea journey.
Boy.
If you do not like my wager, I will recast it. But up to this point, you have been quite forward with what you're willing to wager.
And this is for the win too, right?
And the
Yes,
win on
this
top
is-
of it, yep.
Win or lose, yeah.
It's one, yeah, it's 1-1. Because I have risen the stakes, you may converse with your friends if you wish.
Fizz will glance over at RJ. Pretty sure he's not be happy about that.
RJ is not happy.
I don't think RJ's happy about any of this.
Not at all.
Swing for
So
the
close to
fence.
just up and leaving right now. Just abandoning Fizz with fate.
Definitely entertaining.
Actually, I don't think that our small band of adventurers could deal with all those people down there. There's quite a number of people down there.
Might take some time, might it?
Look at Fizz like, what have you gotten us into?
That's exactly the reaction I was hoping. That
All we needed was the ship.
And now we're like in like deep political shit. Why did you ask for his house and his inheritance?
I don't know. That was pretty deep. Swing big for the fences.
Big for the fences, man.
A gambler's mentality. There's a reason why he's ran out of other towns. So
Yeah.
go for it. Draw it.
Well, he has yet to make his side.
Yeah. So now I gotta come up with something that's.
Something you desire.
Something I desire that's not his house and his land.
Or his sister.
Or his sister.
You could try for the sister again.
You could.
I could. No, I have something. If I win, you must go and live among these people.
Oof.
And serve them, to better them, to increase their stature, and teach them what you know of farming and other useful techniques.
Oh.
All right. And before I deal them, Fizz, are you doing any sleight of hand?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead and roll.
Oh, that's a shitty sleight of hand check.
It's a worst perception check.
Horrible.
All right. I have his check. I will keep that difference in mind.
Okay.
Which, if any,
Oh shit.
are you
see
ready?
it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and review. Oops, one sec.
Fuck.
Oof.
However, he rolled a 9,
Tie.
which means it's a tie. As you slip,
my God.
as you slip the 7 of spades instead of the 5 of spades out of the deck. Which also means if the 7 of spades comes up, that's an issue. Well, no, but we'll say that if the 7 of spade comes up, it's now the 5 of spade. It's replaced with this one over here, which we'll put over there.
Yeah.
Okay.
He says, well, a tie. Interesting. Same duel then, last round?
Sure.
Fizz, are you sleight of handing him again at all?
You rolled a 9. What's my bonus? The bonus is
He didn't roll a 9, his total bonus. His total was a 9. Whatever that may mean.
what have I been rolling?
I think your bonus is a 3. I looked at it.
Oh no, my bonus is like a 5.
Oh,
Yes, I will. Yes.
there's a good roll.
Okay.
People, this is gripping entertainment right here.
Oh, Tyween's very interested. He's like drinking while this is happening.
Tally, make a fort check.
I've had enough beer by now to make a fort check.
Yeah. Especially because I've been subconsciously encouraging everyone to drink.
Oh god, yeah. That's
You're nice and buzzed, Tallene.
Yeah.
All right. Are you ready to reveal, sir?
Indeed, I am.
Oof.
So,
I don't see it yet.
Oh man, you
now
win.
I will explain the roll that happened. You rolled a 20 sleight of hand. He rolled a natural 17
Fuck.
plus 7 and got a 24.
So you lost.
Yeah, and he knew. So,
And he may or may not realize what you did there.
yeah. Well, it seems that fate has decided.
Indeed, it
Come.
has.
I will tell you the story alone. I think it would be unwise for your brother and sister to hear as well.
Is not happy.
All right. And when you return from your voyage, you will convince them, help them, kill them, whatever.
Yep.
That will be left to your temperament and design. And if it takes you a year, or 2, or 10, I have time. Let us go to the study. Linania, Tasseril, will you entertain our guests? Tasseril just kind of, he's sitting there. You can tell Tasseril is not quite sure about all this either. He goes, well, as those two get up and begin to leave the room. Well, I wanted to go sailing, and I'm glad I get that chance. Not quite how I thought it was going to happen, though. It seems we'll all be crewmates here shortly.
Maybe.
Welcome to meet you all. I am Captain Tasseril Dreet.
Hardy, does he have a crew?
Seems like it. Well, enough to be able to sail before. My name is Reginald. I lead this merry band of.
You do? The other one said that he was lead. The one that just left.
The other one is asshole.
Leonenia's just got kind of her hands in her chin, just very carefully watching everything with a grin on her face.
I speak in Elven to Tawin and Neth. Sometimes I think Fizz might be more trouble than he's worth.
He's a human. What do you expect?
By sign, he has a different way about himself.
Different way that's about to make us force people out of their homes.
We didn't promise to help.
We did not.
Sounds like he's got a job, not us.
And he's giving information that shouldn't be so easily given. Not through games, at least.
Have you ever seen him tell a story with
Really.
a lot of truth in it?
That is a fair point, Neth.
I'm not too worried.
I just hope he knows how much information is truly worth.
I'm not even 100% sure what happened. I've been thinking the whole time.
Oh,
Between him and Drex, they got me drinking.
And I signed to RJ one more time. It's a good chance everything we're saying, and even what I'm saying, this kind lady knows.
probably.
So
But we've been together so long.
I signed to her. Is that not right? To her.
She just looks at you. Her kind of eyebrow raises as
I
she
say,
she realizes you're directing that at her.
I say in Elven, I know, but we've been traveling so long together that it's easier for me to vent in Elven than Common lately.
Understood. Talk to her. Maybe you can get more information.
All right. And I start working my way up to her. I was like, is this a common occurrence?
You speaking in common again. Lean and he says, well, unfortunately, yes. My brother Athis is prone to make deals. I myself was sent to a place I didn't know across the country to train for 7 years in arts I can't say I didn't want to train in, but it was not initially my decision. All on a bet, or something of that nature, if I am to understand. Indeed, Tassel says, yeah, that's kind of why I don't like being around in town. Those town folk used to have a whole lot more, but they made lots of stupid bets and were outsmarted. Not much I could say and do, so I just got my boats out of it. That's how the whole shipyard was built. Their homes were deconstructed for the wood. I feel bad about it, but I feel bad about it, but wasn't my say. All I knew is all Athos knew is I wanted boats, so he got me boats. Now I use them to get away from this place as much as I can.
It sounds like Atlas likes to deal with idiots.
Yes, brother, we've
And
always run, and yes, he does. Like your idiot friend.
my idiot friend.
He's not my friend.
But
He meant well. He means well. I think in his way, he was doing it in ways that he could be most successful. I don't think the intent was wrong. Said RJ.
And I speak in common. I know, but we won't know his intent until he speaks of it himself. But then, can we truly trust what he says sometimes?
Knowing what to expect has value.
Yeah. Speaking of that, what should we expect from your brother about these bets the Wondrous has made with him?
oh, he made
Like,
them. He's the one who made them. I imagine he'll have to deal with them. I don't think it binds all of you. It might.
I will have to speak with your brother about this when he has time.
Although, I've been around my brother enough, she says, to know the part about the town, the last part, is probably something he'll just hold to him. But the artifacts on the voyage, I imagine he meant that for the voyage as a whole. As who's to say who found what once you're out somewhere? At that point, it becomes semantics. Something he is not interested in getting into.
Understood. I will speak to him some more about it when I can. I'm also sorry about my friend's aggressive advances.
Oh, I do believe I have given him a sort of idea myself. He is quite charming. And it would be interesting to be attached to such a beguiling man.
To each their own, I guess.
Indeed.
Play halfway decent music.
Yes, the music was quite nice.
To RJ, how long has this home been like this?
My friend here is asking how long has this compound been like the way it is right now?
No servants.
Servants
Understaffed.
is understaffed.
Roll diplomacy.
Me or
Yeah, you. The one speaking.
damn
Hmm.
Okay. She goes, And you can tell she's drank a bit as well. And you rolled pretty high. So she's more willing to speak. Well, I do remember when I was a little girl. We had plenty of servants around. The place was nice. There was parties and visitors. There was no town below, as there was now. I do remember that. That's more a recent thing. But, probably around the time my parents perished. Poor mother got sick. And father, well, we're told that he died honorably. Whatever that's supposed to mean. My brother knows, but I don't. Quite honestly, I don't care at this point. But ever since then, my brother has not kept up appearances. Plus, with all the hooligans coming in down below the town, he's had his mind rather busy, especially since he sent me off for a number of years, and Tassel found ships and ditched. He was here by himself for a long time. It changed him.
Isolation does do that to people. I've seen it a few times, I think. Could you tell me how much he's changed since you left and then came back?
Well, and Tassel speaks up. He says, he used to be a lot nicer. Me and him don't really get along, see eye to eye. Honestly, I think he built them boats for me so he could get me out. Not that I was fighting that at all. I wanted to leave, but now he acts more like a boss than anything else at times, at least to me.
See,
Dear sister there gets a little bit of the easy side, but that's 'cause she's the baby.
thank you.
It's a interesting family we've got here, and after tonight's events, I feel somewhat sorry
Oh,
for you getting wrapped up in it. We have a very, I don't want to say dangerous, but a very tumultuous household here. I've seen others come through and get grinded up in a matter of hours, much more before you, losing all they had over stupid bets.
never understood why people like bets.
If you know how to run them, they're very useful. My brother knows how to run them. What to offer that he doesn't care about, but might to others.
You see,
He wagered her.
well, that tells a lot, doesn't it?
In the meantime, Fizz, Athis, and you have taken to a stroll. He's led you down the stairs, and he leads you out to the pool area and to the entrance of the maze. Says,
Leads who?
Fizz,
Me.
Okay.
let's take a walk. I know this hedge like the back of my hand, don't worry. It'll give us the privacy we need for you to discuss whatever interesting tale you have to give me. And as you guys
Sure.
walk, what do you tell him?
Well, glad that you ask, because I was successful in that knowledge check to remember the story that the dwarves told. So I'm actually going to tell him the truth. I'm going to tell him, to the best of my ability, what the dwarves told us. And I ain't holding anything back, even if he looks shocked and horrified.
Roll an intelligence check to see to what degree of clarity you remember and retell the tale. Okay.
Not very clearly at all.
You get bullet points, but there's some of the connecting pieces of info that get lost. Stuff you just don't remember. But considering what you
But
said your intention was,
yeah, he's being honest, so
Yep.
there's no bluff or lie.
no. I will let you throw diplomacy to see
Okay.
how well it's received. At least not so much received, but like how eloquently you portray the info in terms of
Not very eloquently. Pretty to the point.
okay, so rough bullet points. He goes, that is very interesting information that you have here. Quite a story. Where did you come upon such information?
Whatever. Except for that 20. That was actually decent. I learned it in opportunity. A very old, very wise bird hangs out in the military. The quarter where the dwarves are, correct?
Yep.
So with a bluff of 22.
Okay. He goes, well, that is very interesting. And if I followed your story a little bit, that's why you're going to the lake?
Indeed, that is, the lead that we got to come to Silver Lake.
Why the lake, though? Seems a strange place.
Indeed. That's why, you know, we were pointed here, because that's strange.
Are there others?
Others? You mean other adventurers?
Yes.
Or people seeking this out?
Or things like it.
Well, I can only imagine that, you know, if the arbiters were to get their hands on some of the probably more valuable artifacts, they would probably confiscate them. Not pay you anything.
But, and here's where a bit of my history comes in of what I've read in my books. Do you know why the arbiters take things?
Magic is largely considered bad.
It's dangerous. Do you remember,
Indeed.
even in your story, you talked of how humans rose and fell at their own hands?
Yeah.
From what I understand in my historical studies, the arbiters were created to prevent that from happening again. To prevent just anybody from attaining power that could be misconstrued in ways they don't understand. I don't see the arbiters as bad. Personally. At least in what I read of them.
Yes. You know, it is important to keep power in check and the balance of things in check. However, what we are talking about, unfortunately, I'm afraid, what the arbiters do is, unknowingly, if so, um, they make another such cataclysmic event more likely.
In what way?
Well, I mean, I would have told him about the anchors, right? And destruction of the world. So, well, these anchors, they require maintenance, just as your wall or house does. If no one is able to maintain them, you can probably say goodbye to the mansion in the wall.
So you're to suggest that, let's say I had some magical items here, right? At powers within my grasp. And I were to give those to, let's say, the people in the valley below. Just by them having the knowledge of this magic, would they be able to maintain these anchors, as you call them?
No, not from what I have seen of them. But surely you understand that among my companions, they are not average people. They are not common people. Many of them are more well read and more educated than myself.
So perhaps it is useful for you, a group such as yours, to have magic.
It is, but the end goal you must understand is that um, somebody needs to understand this. If no one does, if nobody understands, or the people who could understand are prevented from understanding these anchors, then I'm afraid there are very few cycles left for this world.
That might be true. Well then, maybe it's all the more better we get you on that boat and you do whatever it is you need to do.
Yes, my companions will be going on the boat. I'm afraid, though, that I have a debt to you to pay. I must take care of the citizens below your fortress.
Oh, I
And
insist. That can wait.
Some of my companions are perhaps not as strong in the stomach as myself. If certain things need to be done.
Talk with your companions. Do what you wish, but from what you've said, I think it is important that you all go to this lake and do what it is you need to do. Or if you are not successful, then it sounds like you'll take care of the people at my doorstep inevitably. And
Yes.
mission succeeded. If you do succeed and live in the lake and come back, then we can talk from there.
Okay. Well, I'll speak with my
Of course,
my
of
companion.
course, of course. And so that takes a while because you have to retell the tale and everything. He loops you around. You get entirely lost in the hedge maze for a while, but eventually he brings you back out and back to your group. And he says, "Well, at this point, you guys have been having that conversation you were having for quite some time. Before the other two get back, Tassel just says, "Well, I suppose I will go and start preparing one of the ships for departure. I don't know how soon you wish to leave, but the more time I have to prepare, the better off we'll be. So until then, I'm sure my brother will bring you to the boats whenever you're ready. So until then, I am glad at least that I get to leave, and I look forward until we do." And he takes off, and Linania just says, "Yes, well, should be interesting to see how all this plays out. You be safe. Bring Fizz back alive. He's quite an interesting one. I'm going to retire, though. Good night." And she leaves off. So it's just the group of you. Anything you guys discuss before Fizz and Athos returns?
Archer doesn't have anything to say right now.
People are weird.
Yes, they are.
RJ, I guess. Does Tommy need help back to the cart?
Yes,
Well,
tell me, look at me, and I start doing some tests to see if he's all right to go down by himself.
We are on the 4th floor.
I got this.
You touch your nose and lift up a leg.
Dexterity check.
He's pretty
Crit
good
fail,
at that.
crit fail,
But
crit fail,
he's
crit
got some
fail.
negatives too, probably.
Yep, there's some negatives there. Yeah, he's fine
Crit fail, crit
for that test.
Oh. Man.
And I put up 3 fingers. How many fingers am I holding up?
Perception check.
Crit fail, crit fail, crit fail.
No,
Aw.
that's pretty good.
Yep, you're fine.
I think he should be good. Neff. A bit buzzed, almost drunk. But
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
he'll just
yeah.
sleep it off.
I know how to hold my liquor.
Not even liquor.
So
I know how to hold my booze.
It's not booze.
so she signs. Nathaniel signs. Personally, would like to go as soon as possible. Not sure this place has our best interests.
Yeah, I'd rather do that too and get this over with.
But up to you. I'm okay.
Talk to the Lord here, and then we can leave as soon as we can.
Nods.
Shortly after, Fizz is returned to the room. Lord Athie's just, well, good night, everybody. We can get the ship underway and have you departed whenever you wish.
Would you be willing to have a discussion with me tomorrow
Yes, of course.
when you're free?
Yes. Until then, sleep well. Enjoy the accommodations of our guest quarters. And he turns and he leaves. And Fizz is just there in the doorway.
I look at him, and I, So, what did you discuss?
Exactly what I had promised. He'd won the bet, after all.
It was not your information to wager on that bet.
I saw an opportunity to help the people in the valley.
Now your opportunity is wasted, and you're supposed to evict them.
Perhaps.
For good conscience, I will not help you with that.
That is fine.
Right.
I was thinking that I would stay behind to deal with that while you're at sea.
Really?
Yes.
Do you think that is wise?
Huh?
Think that's wise?
Well,
I'm gonna sign to RJ. Do we really know even who those people are?
Don't know, but we do know that they did something similar to what Fizz just did, and bet things that they were ill prepared to lose.
But yet they did.
Did.
If you balance the scales, are they there because they should be, or just because they want to be?
They're there because they wanted to be. They stay because they have nowhere else to go.
So wouldn't it be better to lead them to a better place?
A better place would there be for people who have nothing left?
They can
The
be
Lord's here.
nomads. There's
Lord's
nothing
here.
wrong with being nomads. Nomads are fine.
I've dealt with lords like these before. The people did not wish this upon themselves, nor did they ask for it.
Nor do they have anything with it here. What if we took them to prosperity?
Prosperity?
Do you mean
I'm sorry.
opportunity?
Opportunity.
You have to remember that. What are they going to do at opportunity with nothing? They'd be beggars there.
Well, then give him something.
We don't have that type of influence, nor do we have that type of capital to help do that.
Not yet.
Just let them be nomads.
We might have the best solution for these people. It's still up to those people to choose that decision.
My tribe was nomads. It's not that bad of a thing. They're better off than where the fuck they are right now. Trust me, it's not that bad.
No matter what
The
future holds.
Fucking people trying to kill them.
No matter what the future holds, I think we should stick together.
We'll see. I start heading off to a room, contemplating what is going to happen in the future.
The future is uncertain, and I know our task is vital and important, which is why I offered to stay behind.
Nithirn looks at Fizz, knowing he doesn't know very many words. She's gonna try. And she signs and she points to you.
Okay.
Do you figure it out?
I don't think I do.
Okay.
I mean, we've only been talking about signs for what, like 2 or 3 days since we encountered like the dogs, I think, or
I know, that's why she's pointing at
It's
you.
been like a week.
yeah.
She's pointing at you.
Yeah, I think I get that you're trying to do something about me, but I don't really get anything other.
Okay.
It's also not helping that I'm not like the camera is kind of
Yeah,
tough to see all your hand movements and stuff.
Yeah, I know. Well, you're not supposed to. That's just fake hands. It's just fake.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
The only thing that was real is pointing to you.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess we can discuss further in the morning. No. Head to bed.
All right.
Actually, I'm not gonna head to bed.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
There's something that Fizz is now going to do.
Okay.
Fizz in the darkness is going to sneak up to one of the butlers that's at, because I assume they're still standing wherever they're standing because they don't seem to really move.
They're still out there.
Yeah. So I'm going to sneak up to one in bushes and use detect magic and try to spend the full amount of time to figure out what kind of magic.
Okay. So roll a knowledge arcana check. This will help to determine the school of magic that is on it. One moment. It's not often people use this aspect of detect magic, so. Okay. You are unable to identify what school of magic it is. However, you are able to tell that it is a faint aura, which means It is some sort of functioning spell of 3rd level or lower. And you're also able to determine that there's some sort of functional spell on him, but there's additionally magical item auras on him as well. Those
Okay.
are also all faint, which means those are of 5th level or lower in terms of the caster
Okay.
level of the items. And then there's one item aura of moderate strength, which is 6th to 11th level. And yes, yep. So that's what you see when you go to that guard.
Okay. Yeah,
Or-
so I just wanted to check out the one so that I'll creep back into the house and go to bed.
Okay. Also, since you were so thoroughly checking that one out, also make a perception check. Okay. So, this is something that nobody else would have been able to make perception check for because of something that you do and have. But as you're sitting there like intently watching him, and he's wearing those robes, there is some wind that catches your attention that blows the like nearby bush and some leaves and blows your hair a bit, and your shirt ruffles a bit. But his robe does not react to the wind.
Nice.
Okay. So can I make like a knowledge arcana roll or a spellcraft to kind of figure out what kind of magic would do that? Or
Yeah, I'll give you another knowledge arcana for that for that effect.
yeah.
That almost certainly means what you were looking at is not real. If it does not react to the environment, it is likely an illusion. At the very least, the robes.
So this might change what I do before I go to bed.
And you're also able to easily sneak away as well once you're done examining him. He does not seem to notice you.
Unfortunately, I don't think I have anything that really works in this situation. 'Cause, I mean, I have distraction, but it counters magic that depends on sight. Roll a perform check. All creatures affected by an illusion, pattern / figment attack may use the perform check result in place of saving throw if the performance is better. Extra saving throw if already under spell of the performance check. Doesn't work on magic without saves. So this hasn't caused a save of any sort. So at least that I'm aware of. So I'm not going to try that. I'll just sneak back inside.
Okay.
And it was the essentially the robes were the illusion, right?
From what you could tell, yeah.
From what I could tell.
The
Okay.
clothing at least.
Actually, have through the course of the day, have I ever seen them except for like when we've interacted with them, they've never moved from their spots, have they?
No, not really.
Okay. Like they don't rotate. I haven't seen like the one from the one gate walk over to the.
No,
Okay.
you've seen no change of positions or anything like that. Like they're patrolling.
Okay. I'm gonna go to bed. I swear, guys, I'm not gonna get into any more trouble tonight.
Also, now that this is on your mind, probably not. Never mind. Yeah. Because you weren't the one. Yep, never mind. Different person, pieces of information. So, you head to bed. Everyone else finds rest. From my understanding, Taween is staying with the carriage. Is anybody else staying at the carriage?
Nope, I'm staying in the building. Obviously, I'll just sit on the floor someplace, but I am gonna see if I can reach out and find somebody in a dream.
Are you aiming for someone particularly?
Yep, the lady.
Leonenia?
Ooh. Ooh, so a non-player character. I was like, oh, is she gonna reach out to me? Because I can tell you right now, you would be denied access.
There's no denying that. That we tries all the time.
I haven't tried yet. Okay, come on.
No,
I
wasn't gonna bug you tonight. I think you are probably feeling the heat already.
Okay. So, Nithyan, you go into your trance and you reach out for those around you. And you sense RJ. You sense Biz. You sense Drix. You do not sense and you sense Wizrin. You likely don't sense Taween, I'll say right out of the gate, because he's too far away.
Right. Okay.
Those are the only 4 that you sense.
It's kind of what I thought.
You do not sense the siblings or Sin.
That's because they're vampires.
Yeah. And in fact, Taween, now that it's slightly come up, you've never sensed Sin anytime you've ever done this.
Okay.
Oh, I was gonna say I think you forgot Sin, but
Nope.
okay.
I've very specifically left him out up till now.
Okay. It's kind of what I was after.
Okay. So, do you decide to reach out to any of the people that I did name?
No.
Okay. So, you all awake the following morning, and you smell, you guessed it, fish stew again. A similar scent drifting down the hallways. As, yes, Ryan, Croup has entered the building. And Croup is the new head chef here. But more fish stew is served at that other table for any who wish to come and partake in breakfast.
I'll do my little grain thing.
I'll partake with breakfast.
At some point, while those of you who are there, Athis comes in and says, well, Reginald, you wish to speak. Would you like to do that this morning?
Yes, if we can.
In private? Or is he okay?
Nothing to hide.
It's all right. And then he goes to continue to grab his food as well. And it looks like Tassawil has put out some more fish stew, likely reheat from last night and leftovers.
I didn't think we'd get this far in the night.
And as he takes you off to the side, if you want more time, this is a good time. And as you sit down with your fish stew, ready to contemplate what you've thought of the night before for what you wish to talk to him about. Fizz at the table, Nithune at the table, Sin is at the table, Drix is at the table, Tatsawil is there. Everyone but like Taween and... Or Taween. Taween, would you have come to breakfast or stay out at the carriage?
Tyween's gonna come to breakfast.
Okay. So Lenenia is the only one not there then.
I'm gonna turn down free food.
Excellent. So everybody gathers for breakfast, and Lord Athis turns to you, Reginald, and says, "Well, let us chat again over a delightful meal of fish stew." And that is where we'll leave it for next session.
You said everybody but Lenenia, huh?
Everybody but Lenenia, yes.
I would like to also picture Tyween awkwardly sits at the head of the table again.
Excellent.
No one told him not to do it. He's like, ugh.
It's comfy.
Comfy.
Bigger chair, better for bigger person.
Space to spread legs.
And I don't know that I even sit at the table this time, so I'm over by the books.
Okay.
Okay, good
Indeed.
good session.
Yeah, that was that. Honestly, I didn't think you'd be at this place for so long, but I was ready.
Fizz, 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 fizz.
RJ is not happy.
No, he's not.
That was incredible.
It was good. I loved it.
Ah, I didn't draw a single face card.
No,
Oh, you did not.
It's not like they were drawing that high either.
I'll play
I
you
know.
poker anytime.
It was close each time.
The last round. Huh?
It actually came down to the rolls.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. Because I was like, oh my god, like 6? Please let him roll like an 8 again. Please let him roll an 8 again.
He had a +7, so when he rolled a 9, he had only rolled a 2.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know that, so...
No, of course.
I was like, oh, 9. Like, maybe his bonus is like +4 or something like that.
Yeah.
Nope. +7. Okay, well, lesson learned, I guess.
Yeah.
But,
At least
yeah.
you didn't sell your soul.
A good metric to consider for people for skills in situations like that. Consider if something is a class skill for somebody, and they only put one rank into it, they have at least a +4 bonus. So then you can kind of add 1 or 2 if you feel like they're wise or if they're dexterous. Then you know the things associated with those things. If they seem like they're a bit better in those regards than the average person, perhaps, then you can give a couple leeway points above a baseline. And then if they don't seem like they're trained at all in that sort of thing, then it could be as low as 0.
Yeah. Of course, I didn't ask if the Lord was a betting man, so...
You did not.
Something I probably should have asked.
Lots of good questions, lots and lots of information, a lot of it hidden, and very
Nothing like
vague.
swinging for the fences, though. I like it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! If a couple of those bets would have gone the other way, that would have been real fucking interesting.
Huge shifts. I was thinking, like, man, we're gonna have a sick base of operations. I'm gonna have those butlers waiting on me hand and foot. Well, it didn't work out, but hey,
It's a good shot. It was a very good shot.
That was great.
Got to give it to you.
This episode was hurting for RJ.
Yeah, that was painful, wasn't it?
Oh,
You're not the leader anymore. You're not making any of the deals.
I think he's fine with not being a leader anymore. Kind of.
I think
oh